I know there's like a light. It's okay. It's all right.
Lights.
No, it's okay. It's all right. It's all right.
Yeah, I think he's actually going to check on the.
Somebody figured it out. You just push the button?
Huh? Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
we figured it out. This is perfect. Are we?
You got this, okay? You got this.
Careful, there's like a little bit of a. Don't trip on this. It's a little bit raised.
Okay. So staying right behind it.
Just be careful about it. Yeah.
Okay. When I step up, would it make more sense for you to walk that way?
Yeah, I'll go
and
to
then
the left.
I'll go this way?
Yeah, I'll go to the left.
All right, let's get started. Let's get started. Richard Hunter, where are you? I have your bag. Hey! That'll cost you $100,000 tonight. All right, if you'll take a seat. We actually have some seats down here in the level. If somebody wants to sit down here and is not in a seat, you can do that. There are a number of seats available right now. So I will tell you one thing. I've got a helper today to upgrade the emceeing, which is John Reale, who we all know as JR. JR, thanks. JR said he would let me introduce the first startup, and then he's going to take it from there. So I'm excited to have JR help out today, and that allows me to send emails to people to ask them to register for the demo day for SoftTech next year. So we can raise the prize money by $1 million tonight. We will show that slide. We'll show that slide again during the break. So if you didn't catch the URL or the QR code, we'll show that again. And you might just get, judges, you might just get an email from me reminding you to do that. All right, with that, let's get started. The first startup in this year's final round of the 2023 Rice Business Plan Competition. Help me welcome Tierra Climate.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Emma, and this is Jacob, and together we're launching Tierra Climate. Tierra Climate's mission is to unlock a viable path to net zero emissions in the electricity sector. In 2021, Winter Storm Uri ravaged my home state of Texas. It caused over $100 billion in damages and knocked out power to 2/3 of the state, including my house here in Houston. I remember it feeling apocalyptic as I sat in my house with no power, thank you ERCOT, and indoor temperatures plummeted below 40 degrees. I was sitting there in my ski gear trying to keep warm inside. Winter Storm Uri was a wake-up call, and it served as a personal reminder to me, even though I've spent my entire career in power markets, of the critical importance of a clean and reliable power grid, and the difficulty of matching supply and demand with an evolving generation mix. Power is a really interesting commodity. It's actually the only one for which we've historically not had wide-scale and cost-effective storage, which basically means power needs to be consumed at the same time that it's produced. But this is a big problem if you're trying to green the grid with renewable energy, because wind and solar are variable, but power demand is 24/7. Fortunately, batteries are really well suited to tackle this problem. This chart represents a typical day in California. The green boxes represent solar power, which is producing at max in the middle of the day, and in some cases even more than the system demands, which means that some of that energy is going to waste. The red boxes represent fossil fuels that have to ramp up to meet demand when the sun goes down. Batteries are able to charge off of the energy that would have otherwise been wasted and shift it later in the day to replace fossil fuels. This makes them an extremely effective decarbonization tool, but they're currently not being paid for this service, which is a huge problem. The National Renewable Energy Laboratory estimates that we need between 200 and 400 gigawatts of energy storage to reach net zero by 2050. Right now, we have 9. And despite the buzz about grid-scale batteries over the last year, there's no clear path to getting the hundreds of billions of dollars of investment that we need to make this happen. In fact, if we look at the investment going into the renewable energy transition, we see that over $1 trillion was invested in 2022. That's eclipsing oil and gas for the first time. But of that, only 1.4% went to batteries. And for every $1 invested in renewable energy, only 3 cents is going to energy storage. Why is that? Well, it's largely because battery economics just don't pencil out. Due to rising costs of materials, equipment, and labor, we're seeing break-evens increase. But market revenues are under pressure because batteries are not being paid for the most critical service that they can provide to the grid, which is decarbonization. So it's creating a missing money problem or a revenue gap that's leading to an underinvestment in battery infrastructure. In sum, these projects are losing money.
Fortunately, we have the solution. Tierra Climate unlocks carbon revenue for batteries through a first-of-its-kind carbon offset paired with a novel optimization service. We help batteries monetize grid decarbonization by creating this brand new category of carbon offsets that batteries can then sell to companies to use towards their sustainability goals and in return receive an incremental revenue on top of existing revenues that pushes these projects in the black and enables more deployment of grid-scale batteries. Corporations told us that they want a better solution to reduce their emissions. In fact, we conducted over 30 interviews with the key decision makers across a variety of companies and industries who highlighted 5 key pain points to existing solutions. The first is affordability. The second is additionality, which refers to this concept of making the world a better place above and beyond normal course of business. Third is availability. Fourth is transactability, or ease of execution. And lastly is verifiability, whether these products actually do what they say that they're going to do. So we are making a product that's better for both purchasers and the planet. To prove it, let's look at some of the tools in the toolkits for sustainability professionals today. The first are nature-based carbon offsets, which mostly come in the form of tree planting and reforestation. Now, they're readily available and incredibly cheap. You could actually purchase one right now if you wanted to. But the problem is that they're mired in a lot of controversy, and a lot of people consider them either greenwashing or just straight up bogus. On the opposite end of the spectrum, we have carbon capture and sequestration, which is the gold standard of sustainability solutions. However, it's a nascent technology that's difficult to commercialize, and for the most part is cost prohibitive, being as much as 50 to 100 times more expensive than a nature-based offset. So lastly, we're left with the bread and butter of most sustainability programs, which are power purchase agreements, which are more or less direct transactions between corporations and wind farms or solar farms. Now, while these do bring more renewables online, they're inherently power transactions that are really risky, can take more than 2 years to execute, and saddle buyers with tons of risk that they can't get out of. So then we come to our solution, which fills the holes of all these existing solutions. We're offering companies a turnkey solution with a clear line of sight to a battery asset that we can empirically measure and verify its impact of.
So we have this hypothesis that if we were able to create a carbon offset and attach it to a battery, we could actually pull more carbon off the grid and simultaneously increase a battery's revenues. But we had to test it. This is not an easy problem to solve. I have over 1,000 hours of experience coding battery optimization software, and I can tell you firsthand, no one in the market is thinking about carbon. Why would they? It has no value to them. I have created an optimization software, a proprietary optimization software that will be the first to optimize over energy prices and carbon signals. I wrangled over 28 million data points to model 68 operational batteries in Texas, operating today, to conduct a single feasibility study and understand the impact of a carbon price on a battery's decarbonization potential and their economics. Now, there's a lot going on here, and power markets can be very confusing, but we're going to walk you through a simple example to explain. So I want to highlight a particular battery in West Texas. It's called Castle Gap. It's a 9.9 megawatt battery in West Texas paired with 180 megawatts of solar. It's located about 300 miles northwest of Austin, and it's owned by Luminant. Now, we looked at the economics of this project in 2022, and we did find some good news. This project was able to capitalize on extreme power price volatility, primarily driven by weather. In fact, it generated over 28% of its annual revenue in the single month of July. The bad news is that it met its break-even hurdle in only 3 out of the 12 months of the year. And the really ugly truth is that despite a huge windfall in the summer, this project still operated at above an 11% deficit to its budget. In short, this project is losing money. But this story can have a happy ending. We found that if we attach a carbon price to a battery, we can improve their economics between 20 and 30%. In Castle Gap's case, at $100 a ton, our product would have made up over 1/5 of the battery's annual revenue, pushing the project into the black to meet the break-even hurdle at 111%. But beyond economics, that is not the only reason to attach a carbon signal to a battery. If you just simply build a new project and operate at status quo to energy prices without a carbon price, you can only reach about 30% of that battery's theoretical maximum in emissions reduction. But if you attach a software like the one we built on top of it, you can unlock an incremental 40% of emissions reduction. Beyond $100 a ton, we find that we see diminishing returns of only about 20% incremental emissions reduction. But the key takeaway here is that you need both the carbon offset product paired with the optimization software to extract the maximum value on both carbon and economics for energy storage.
So we have a lot of investors in the room, and you're probably wondering, how are we going to make money off of this? Well, we plan to monetize value created for both buyers and sellers. At its core, with the carbon offset product, we plan to charge a brokerage fee of around 10% on all offsets sold from batteries to corporations. We then plan to layer on the optimization software, where we charge a SaaS fee to these batteries to help them operate their assets, knowing when to charge and discharge and maximize their total value across power and carbon emissions. But our long-term plan is to build the preeminent platform for all the services required by a battery owner and operator. In the status quo, if you own a battery, you're looking at a fragmented space of service providers with no one doing more than one single thing. So we see a lot of value to building a single platform that has a suite of solutions from end to end. So at our core, we're doing the offset marketplace because we see a need to boost the revenues of these assets. From there, we're building out the optimization software, which helps to actually operationalize this and deal with all the hairy minutia of actually dealing with physical assets. If we do these two well, we're planning to then roll out asset management, where we deal with all the financial processes surrounding the asset, and then eventually, after we stabilize the cash flows, we can actually start putting debt on this project, structuring debt and syndicating it to other debt providers. In doing so, we're expanding not only our total addressable market, but building different legs of our business model that future-proof our business. Now, it's also worth noting that within the competitive landscape, we are plugging a gaping hole within the sustainability market. Now, this graph here shows on the vertical axis financial risk, and on the horizontal axis environmental integrity. There's a ton of marketplaces and purveyors of nature-based carbon offsets. And these products largely are very cheap and easy to execute, but still carry very low environmental integrity. On the other end, we have tons of renewable energy platforms, brokers, exchanges, and marketplaces that are peddling renewable energy, which has high environmental integrity, but still carries significant financial risk. And so the holy grail, as we view it, is something that carries low financial risk, but high environmental integrity. It's probably something you would want to buy. And that's exactly where Tierra Climate comes in. Now, we get this question a lot. Why is now the right time to build this business versus a year from now or a year ago? Well, we try to think of a memorable way to instill it to you. On the buy side, there are significant changes to emission standards that are coming in the queue. Some corporations are well aware of this and other ones are not, unfortunately. However, the consequence of this is that companies will have to embrace more stringent environmental and emissions accounting standards that'll push them away from power-denominated products to carbon-denominated products, like a carbon offset. But also on the sales side, many industry experts say that a battery winter is coming, if not already here. As we discussed before, there are significant headwinds to developing new assets, which is why we have developers knocking down our door looking for this product to boost their revenues. But lastly, why us? Well, at our core, we're two power nerds passionate about combating climate change. In fact, Emma and I met way back in 2016 at our first job out of college at Citibank on a commodities trading floor. And I was immediately struck by how brilliant Emma was, not only as a power trader, but just also as a person. But eventually she decided to leave the bank to join Key Capture Energy, where she actually built their operations team, managed a team of 12 software engineers and traders, and managed 350 megawatts of grid-scale batteries. For perspective, at that time, it was 5% of all the batteries operating in the United States. She's a tour de force in the power market, which is also why she was honored as a Forbes 30 under 30 in the energy category. And she's proud to represent Rice here, where she's pursuing her professional MBA.
And I was really fortunate to meet Jacob early on in my career, as he mentioned, at Citi. He stayed at the bank for 5 years as a power originator, where he closed over 1 gigawatt of renewable energy transactions to help companies meet their sustainability goals. That's the equivalent to the power needs of over 1 million homes. He then left the bank to pursue his MBA at Harvard Business School, from which he's about to graduate in 2 weeks and go full-time on Tierra Climate. We've been at the center of the power universe for 7 years, and we have personally experienced the pain of these problems. Jacob on the sustainability side and myself on the battery side. And we know that we have the complementary skill sets to solve these problems. We've had some early success in pitch competitions that have allowed us to bootstrap this idea, but we're really excited about the next phase of growth. We view our business in the first of 2 phases, which is building out the carbon offset marketplace. We're moving past the discovery phase, where we've interviewed over 50 customers, we've secured key data sharing partnerships, and we've completed a feasibility study in Texas. We're moving on to product development, where we'll secure partnerships with battery developers, draft our first standardized legal contract, and secure approval from Verra and Gold Standard on our carbon offset product. We'll then move into the execution phase, where we'll secure our corporate partnerships, launch an RFP process, and execute our first pilot transaction. Beyond that, we'll move to expand our product offering, which is to operationalize and release our optimization engine to the market.
So our invitation is to you, to join us in paving a way to a net zero future. We're looking to raise $1.5 million, a large part of which will go towards expanding our team with 3 highly talented individuals, both in data science as well as building out the software components of our product. But beyond that, even if you're not an investor, we're eager to engage with you, and we're looking for industry advisors, partners both on the battery side, the utility side, and even corporates that are looking to reduce their emissions. So come find us later this afternoon or this evening. We would love to speak with you. Again, our goal is to unlock not only a more sustainable future, but also a more resilient grid. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob and Emma. All right, we'll open up for questions. Robert, let's start us off.
Very simple. Each of you answer this. What are the 1 or 2 things that keep you awake at night in this market as it's changing a lot? What are those things that you're most concerned about?
So just to play back the question in case you didn't hear Robert, what's the things that are keeping you up at night?
Yeah, for me, I would say that we've pretty well proven out the willingness to sell from batteries, hence why so many battery developers are coming to us. But I think it is highly predicated on where carbon markets will go. We have good reason to believe that there's a willingness to pay from corporations, but it's a matter of whether or not that will persist into the future. And this is largely built on voluntary carbon markets, where companies have tons of pressure from shareholders and stakeholders and have already adopted these targets and have to find a way to reach them. But it's a matter of whether or not that will persist into the future.
And on my side, forecasting the data that we need to be able to operationalize our optimization engine can be a tricky math problem. And so I think it's a matter of partnering with our data partners to make sure that we have the ability to operationalize the data set that will allow us to arbitrage carbon.
Becky.
Hi. Great presentation. Can you talk a little bit more about your IP strategy?
Yeah, this is a question we get a lot. It's not something that we can go put a patent on because you don't want to publish your code for the world to see what you're doing and copy. So what we're really trying to do is take advantage of the fact that we're a first mover in this market, take advantage of the fact that our optimization engine has the value when you pair it with a carbon offset marketplace. So by building the carbon offset marketplace first, when we attach that to our optimization engine, that's where we get significant value. So a copycat coming in that doesn't have the marketplace can't extract the value from the optimization software. And then lastly, I think it's about creating barriers to entry to make it more difficult for someone to come into the space. You want to speak more to that?
Yeah, so there's both regulatory barriers. There's also barriers of actually establishing third parties like Verra and Gold Standard that will authenticate the offsets. So we're thinking long term about how do we erect those barriers to entry to protect not only the offset product, but then the optimization software that pairs with it. So it's an execution play more than just like a simple patenting type of play.
Let's go to Alex.
Thanks. Your model was based on a carbon offset price of $100. What was the average price last year?
Right, so it's interesting with carbon markets because what's happened right now is that nature-based offsets trade anywhere from $5 to $15. That's a lot lower. And in fact, they've actually come off another 80% because a lot of them were found out to be fraudulent or that they were overissuing offsets. So what's actually happened is a lot of companies have flocked to higher quality offsets and are willing to pay more for those offsets, which is actually quite interesting. So for us, we're targeting right now, or we believe that like the $100 price point is actually feasible because it's actually around the same price that we see European carbon markets as well as California carbon markets trading at.
And just to add onto that a little bit, so this product has value. This is a curve that shows how much emissions reduction potential you can grab at different prices of carbon. So we don't have to have a $100 price of carbon. You start seeing benefit at anything above zero. And so we're looking to build a marketplace where there's price discovery around that price of carbon.
But naturally, as you price it higher, you abate more carbon with diminishing returns. So that's going to be part of this play as well.
We'll go here, and then we'll go over to Eric.
Have you explored if your product makes it eligible for any IRA tax credits?
So we would partner with battery developers that can take advantage of those tax credits. And what that does is reduces the CapEx, basically. It's like a 30% back on the capital expenditure of the project. And what we've actually found is that because lithium prices have been rising so rapidly, that the IRA has basically just neutralized the impact of those rising prices. So basically, we're kind of at the same point as we were 2 years ago when lithium was a lot cheaper. So as we kind of get this question a lot, which I think you're alluding to, is like, what happens if like the CapEx really comes off on batteries? Is our products still needed? And the answer is yes, because power markets are under pressure. They're selling off into time. If you look at forward curves in power markets, they're worth less in the future than they are today. So this means that battery revenues are going to continue to erode just as fast, if not faster, than the CapEx coming off. And so our product is really important to pay batteries for what they're really good at, which is decarbonizing, instead of trying to pay them as a generator or some other, like fit them into a mechanism in a wholesale market that doesn't really make sense.
Eric.
So to be able to value the batteries for decarbonizing, the approvals you need to get, I guess, certified as to how much the carbon value is worth. Can you talk about what that process is like and what the risks are and the milestones and the hurdles you have to meet to be able to get that approval for that?
Yeah, so what we're speaking about is essentially there's a process with like third-party entities that are nonprofits, predominantly Vera and Gold Standard. There's actually a number of other ones that are also for-profit, but those are kind of the leading ones that kind of rubber stamp the offset. They're accountable for both proving the parent methodology that you're using and having academics overlook it. Then secondly, certifying or registering those projects that you're using, and then on a going forward basis, auditing the offsets that you're producing and minting. So from our standpoint, we actually are with our partner, which is Resurety, who we're using for the data. We actually have kicked off this process already, and they have a parent methodology underway with Vera that we're hoping to have completed by end of this year or early next year.
What is the process? My question is, what exactly is the process like, and what are the risks to you for maybe not being able to complete that process and get validated?
Okay. So the risks associated with it comes down to really the extent to which we can actually show additionality, which was kind of that concept that I threw out earlier before. We're pretty confident based on the conversations that have already occurred that there's not as much execution risk around that, and they're actually buying into the methodology that we're using to calculate what the carbon abatement is. So from that standpoint, we have a pretty high degree of confidence such that we're willing to raise off of this and build a business around it, that's going to go through. But happy to chat more about it, afterwards if that's still an open item.
All right, we'll go to Barbara, and then we'll go to my left. We'll go Barbara to the left, and then we'll go to John.
Yeah, well done. So can you talk about geography? You mentioned power markets, and power markets have an inherent sort of geographic limitation. Are your carbon offsets similarly geographically limited, or do you see a market that transcends power market geography?
I'm so glad you asked this question because it's one of the reasons why I really love our product. So power is not fungible. Megawatt hours are not fungible, as you alluded to. They're constrained by the transmission system in which they're generated. But carbon is, because it goes into the atmosphere and it just is up there. So you can, a carbon abated in Texas can be used to offset carbon produced in New Jersey. But you can't buy power in Texas and say that you're offsetting your power consumption in New Jersey. That doesn't work. And so that's kind of what Jacob was alluding to earlier. We're going to start to see corporations move away from matching megawatt hour to megawatt hour and move more to matching carbon to carbon because the fungibility of the product.
Which is exactly what companies are doing right now. They're purchasing power from renewable projects in Texas when they're not operating in Texas, and that power is never going to come to them. And that's why we're saying that there's changes in standards, particularly the Greenhouse Gas Protocol Scope 2 guidance, which I would look up if you work for a publicly traded company or care about this at all. It's something that is going to come into effect either next year or the year thereafter that will dramatically shift the way companies think about reaching their targets.
Hi, great presentation. So, excuse me, you talked about interviewing 30 companies. Do you have any traction so far with customers at all?
Yeah, so we have had a couple of companies that have expressed interest actually across a couple of different industries. We have one key player within the tech space that's a tech giant that has already expressed a lot of interest in deploying capital into batteries, but they're looking for an elegant solution to do it. So you think about a tech giant that might be doing business SaaS. And the fact that they want to deploy capital into batteries is kind of interesting. So we're offering them a carbon offset where they pay for performance, and they seem very receptive to it. Now it's on us to actually create the financial instrument, the contracts, and get the approvals that we were discussing before to make that a reality. Then on the other end, we've actually had some oil and gas majors, and there might be some of you in the room today that have actually committed a lot of money to carbon capture and sequestration and are realizing there's a lot of challenges to commercially deploying it. And we've seen a couple of those companies actually approach us saying that they're looking to our offset as a more cost-effective solution to reduce their emissions than sinking more money into carbon capture. Because we can actually do it for perhaps a fifth or even a tenth of the cost.
Thank you.
John.
Here, help me understand your projected rate of installation of batteries on grids across the country. It's my understanding that outside of Texas, it's pretty hard to do, because of FERC regulations.
Yeah, I think we could probably both speak to that a little bit. So whether the ease of actually building batteries depends on whether or not they pencil, whether or not they make money in the market they're trying to build in. And there's a few markets right now where that makes sense. California, because there's a lot of state support. New York is coming, because there's also a lot of state support. Texas is very close, which is why this is our beachhead market. Some batteries that got built early are making money. Some batteries in the queue going forward are going to need our product to pencil. Moving beyond that, I think our product has a lot of value in penciling projects in other parts of the country where there's not that state support, specifically where there's a lot of wind and solar, like the middle of the country. And so that's kind of our next move. And there's 20 gigawatts of batteries waiting in the queue to be deployed. They just need to be commercialized. And our product can commercialize them to get them built.
All right, let's hear it for Emma and Jacob and Tierra Climate. Now if we could have Zamo come down and get mic'd up. Right. All right, if we could all get to our seats. So this just in, so far we only have 17 registrants for the events next week for the Soft Tech Demo Day. So Brad Burke has just sent all of the judges a mail. Click on that link and please register. We want to get to 50 by the end of Zamo, and I'm going to come back and give an update because Brad's going to be giving to us in real time. All right. 17 what? 17 of 50 needed. So we got let's go, everyone. Let's get that going. And now, without further ado, welcome the team Zamo from BYU.
Hi, my name is Danny.
And I'm Chris.
And I'm Santi. And we are Zamo. We do interactive emails for e-commerce stores. How many of you don't click on links in emails because you don't want to be taken out of your inbox? You lazy, just kidding. I do the exact same thing. I think we all do. At Zamo, we use a combination of new technologies to replace that link in the email with an embedded web app that brings the shopping experience from the website into the inbox. As you can imagine, in e-commerce, this directly affects the number of sales that stores can make. Let me give you a better idea of what that looks like. This is an email that was being sent by one of our beta customers, Odyssey Snacks. They sell high-end prebiotic protein bars. This is called an abandoned cart email. So you were feeling hungry, you went to their website, you added some bars to your cart, you decided not to purchase them, you left their website. A few hours later, they send you this email saying, hey, we still want your money. You say, no, I don't want to give you my money, and you leave. And that's okay. These emails only convert at like 1 or 2%. This is the email that we send for Odyssey Snacks. We've been sending it for about 2 months. As you can see, we replace that link call to action that takes them back to the website with an embedded web app where the customer can change options, read description, look at images, add a discount code, add and remove products from their order, all without leaving their inbox. Now, for most of you, you still might not want to give them your money. But for that 98th person who is on the edge already and thinking about it, making it easier to do means more people will do it. And that's exactly what we've seen with this email. Odyssey is currently converting 25% higher than they were using their old email. And this isn't the only thing we can do with our technology. We can do basically anything that you can do on a website in an inbox. We've already explored review capture and polls, which e-commerce stores are super excited about. We've also looked into subscription management, which would be really easy to do and super high value. And for the non-email nerds in the room, let me explain why email is king. For a typical mid-market e-commerce store, they'll be doing about $20 million in revenue every year. 30% of their total revenue will come from their email marketing channel. Using Zamo, that means $20 million, $6 million alone from email marketing. Using Zamo, with that same 25% boost that we did for our beta customer, that's an additional $1.5 million just by turning us on. That's a pretty big deal. And email isn't going away anytime soon. According to McKinsey, 91% of US consumers use their email every day. According to Forbes, emails generate $42 per dollar spent. And that's historically been true and continues to be true. It is the highest ROI marketing channel in existence. We even talked with one of our customers on Wednesday, and they told us, quote, I don't think you understand how good this is. Our cost of acquiring a customer across all other channels is increasing. Prices of Google ads, Facebook ads, TikTok ads are all becoming more expensive, and we rely on email more than ever before. So let me give you a bit of the big picture. We see our growth in 3 main stages. Currently, we're in stage 1, where we're nailing down shopping in email. Stage 2, we want to expand and support a whole library of interactive widgets so that every email an e-commerce brand sends is more engaging and higher converting. Stage 3 is to compete directly with other email service providers so that we own all of the data, own the customer, own the events, own the triggers. And there's a lot of cool things we can do with that data. We're not just in the business of emails, we're in the business of increasing conversions. Think SMS, AI-powered hyper-personalization, and even dynamic A/B testing. Using our technology, a marketer can send an email and change the content of that email after it's been sent. That's a really big deal. Currently, marketers are obsessed with optimization, and they do that by sending a few thousand emails, waiting for the data to come back, changing the email, and sending a few thousand more. Using our technology, that same marketer sends 100,000 emails all at once, and after a few thousand have been opened, we update the content, the layout, the styling of the other emails to be as optimized as possible. Whenever we brought this up with customers, their minds are blown.
Thanks, Danny. And we have the domain expertise to execute on this roadmap. A couple of years ago, I was working as product manager at Turing.com, a company that last year became a unicorn. And I was responsible for the communications platform, sending more than 3 million emails a month. One day, I had a performance review, and leadership, 10. Communication, 9. This, 10. That, 9. Innovation, 5. I was crushed. And I thought, what was I supposed to do? Email has been the same for the last 20 years. But doing some research, I realized that wasn't 100% true. I found about this technology called AMP for email that was released by Google in 2019, basically allowing developers to embed simple apps inside of Gmail. I led a team of developers in building and then sending this first interactive campaign for Turing.com. And this increased conversions 3x. Now, from this experience, I learned two things. Number one, there are insufficient third-party vendors that allow you to create interactive experiences inside of email. And then number two, it was so worth it. The value driven by this increase in conversions justified having a complete team of developers adding these features into our communications platform. Now, next time I had a performance review, I got a 12 out of 10, I don't know. Now, I didn't know it back then, but that was the beginning of my journey as an email geek. And as I explored this email landscape, I found this secret sauce to start Zamo. Now, our emails are not only compatible with Gmail, we found ways to embed interactivity inside of other email clients, such as Apple Mail and Outlook. And we do this by using a series of techniques. Please feel free to ask about these in the Q&A. Now, we can embed all of these functionality that is cross-platform, meaning the email marketers can import their complete email flow into our platform and then drag and drop our email components in a matter of seconds. And another thing that, a question that was asked during our feedback sessions that I want to address up front is the question about security. I'm going to answer this in 3 parts, answering how do we protect our emails before, during, and after sending the email. Part 1, customer vetting. We are currently doing direct sales, so this is a manual process, but eventually this will be automated. We do a background check on the companies that we work with to ensure that they're reputable e-commerce brands, and then we also take a look at the previous email campaigns that they've been sending. Number 2, controlled widgets. We have complete control over the widgets that people can drag and drop into their platform. We don't allow anyone to just go and do whatever they want. There are certain options so that they can make sure that the widget fits their brand. Think secondary color, primary color, border style, things like that. But everything else, it is a closed controlled widget. And if you're wondering about payment information, for subscription management and recurring customers, we partner with payment agencies so that they can pay inside of the email, because the payment agency handles the payment on their back end. Now, for new customers, they can do 99% of the shopping inside of the email, and then, of course, for that last step, they will click and go to a secure web page where they can enter their credit card information. And number 3, deliverability protection. We have a premium on deliverability because the best way to increase deliverability is to increase engagement and send engaging content. In order to protect this deliverability, we follow standard practice, and we check each individual user and their deliverability. If it falls below a certain threshold, then we block them.
Thanks, Santi. Let's now get into the business model. So Zamo has a straightforward SaaS model with tiered pricing based on the volume of emails sent each month. As a result, our annual contract value is $10,000 annually. So we've already built out a sophisticated Shopify integration that alone gives us access to the 2.9 million Shopify stores in the US. At $10,000 a year, that's an addressable market of $29 billion. Outside of Shopify, there are 9.5 million total e-commerce stores in the US that would be accessible with additional integrations. That's $95 billion of potential revenue. So with such a large market, you're probably wondering where Zamo fits in. So Zamo lies at the intersection of interactivity and a focus on the e-commerce vertical specifically. A number of players in email marketing have done very well for themselves by focusing on this e-commerce vertical. Klaviyo, MailChimp are examples, and there's plenty of room for these players to grow. Klaviyo, for example, was most recently valued at $9.5 billion and plans on IPOing later this year. MailMoto is another player that has done well for itself by bringing email interactivity to a wide variety of use cases like surveys, registration forms, things like that. However, Zamo is the only player that brings this interactivity to the e-commerce vertical specifically. Think abandoned cart emails like we talked about, checkout, shop in email, things like that. So now you're probably wondering how we maintain our positioning in this market and defend our competitive advantage. First and foremost, our big main competitors don't want to do what we're doing. The big email service providers out there, Klaviyo, MailChimp, like I mentioned before, focus on competing on email automation and deliverability. They don't compete on design because most large brands have an in-house design team. This is a screenshot of Klaviyo's FAQ page where they openly state that they don't plan on supporting email interactivity. Second, we are one of the very few who have been whitelisted by Google to send AMP-powered emails. This is a screenshot of a Slack channel run by Google for all those interested in AMP technology. And as you can see, only 357 people in the world are in the Slack channel. So it's very unlikely that there are many other people out there who have been whitelisted and use this technology. And this whitelisting process can take months. We've gone through that process. And with our self-serve platform, brands can start sending Zamo-powered interactive emails immediately. So it wouldn't make sense for them to go through this whitelisting process themselves when they can go through us and start sending emails immediately. Third, we have the first mover advantage here. As you can probably tell, this is a very nascent market. We're fast. We plan on capturing as much market share as possible, as quickly as possible. We're already working with strategic brands to do this, and our sales channels are moving very quickly. If in the worst case, a large competitor does build what we're trying to build, then that's when things get really exciting because suddenly all the other big companies are going to want to compete, and it'll make the most sense for them to do so by acquiring a fast-moving startup. And we are that startup. We just started to build in January, and we've seen incredible traction and growth. Since January, we built our Shopify integration, beta tested with 5 different brands, and just 2 weeks ago started onboarding our first paying customers. The first of which was Pattern, which we're super excited about. Pattern, if you don't know, is one of the top 3 Amazon sellers in the world and makes over $1 billion in revenue each year. And on Wednesday, we last week, 2 more, Wednesday, 1 more, Thursday, the first day of this competition, 2 more, and yesterday, another one. So when we should have been preparing our pitches, we've been onboarding customers. And we have several other large brands at the top of the funnel. Things are just moving so fast, and it's gotten to the point in these few short weeks where we can hardly sustain the growth that we're seeing. And we have a top-notch team. Our CEO, Bryce, left 3 years of venture capital to build this with us. He's not here now because he's at the largest e-commerce conference in Utah right now, meeting with potential customers and advisors. We're a highly technical team. Before Zamo, Santi did machine learning research at MIT. Danny did machine learning for medical research at Harvard and was an engineer at Qualtrics. I did AI research at Stanford and was an engineer for Meta doing machine learning infrastructure. So why are we now building emails? Well, we thought it would be easier than machine learning, I guess.
Well, and Chris failed to mention that before Meta, he worked at Turing.com. He was the right hand of Jonathan Siddharth while they were taking the company from C to Series B. So he knows firsthand how to take a company from being a startup into a unicorn.
And Santi failed to mention that he's so committed that he literally lives in the office. I'm not kidding. In a storage facility, you can ask about it in the Q&A. Anyways, we are so committed, 110% committed. We've turned down full-time offers for this. We believe we can become leaders. To do so, we're raising a $500,000 safe to hit product market fit and $100K in MRR and give us 18 months of runway.
And we see that money to take us from stage 1 to stage 2 of our product roadmap. If you want a brief overview of our financials?
All right, let's hear it for Zamo. And let's roll right into Q&A. We'll start with Art right over here up front.
Yeah, great enthusiasm. Quick question.
Thank you.
I use Google, so the email that comes in with Zamo, will it be more or less likely to end up in my spam box?
Using Zamo, it will be more likely. Because we're whitelisted by Google, our deliverability is higher than our normal DSP.
So more likely to not land in your spam box.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
He said yes.
More likely to end up in your inbox.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what he meant. Yeah.
That's
sorry.
We'll go to Robert and then May.
Do you support, I don't see you in this, I should have asked this yesterday, supporting the iOS platform. Do you support that? Because more and more people are using their iPads and phones to do this stuff on the go.
Totally. So there are ways that you can embed interactivity inside of Apple Mail. It is not through AMP for email, but it is through a set of CSS techniques that allow you to pre-compute what the user will see. I won't get into much detail, but you can embed some of this interactivity there.
So yes or no, can I use this within iOS?
Yes, you can. Yeah, thanks.
Hi. Great presentation. I'm excited with the technology. I have a couple of questions regarding privacy. So as an iOS user, I have the option to select no tracking. Does that mean you cannot get into my emails and change them if I choose not to? Like, what's the opt-out policy?
Yeah. Sure. So when you select non-tracking in Apple Mail, what they do is block all of the pixel trackers that mails normally send. So we wouldn't know whether you opened the email, we wouldn't know whether you clicked on it, which is what you want. We can still send the email, and our support for Apple Mail will still work, but we won't know whether you interacted with it or not.
Yeah, and sorry, maybe this is what you were asking. Dan talked about dynamic A/B testing. We wouldn't be able to do that with those types of users.
So you can't change anything in my email if I selected the no tracking?
After it's been sent,
yeah,
all of the item options for the cart will be pre-computed. So you will see that interactivity on the front end. But then we can't change it dynamically. We can't communicate with the server dynamically if you're opening it with Apple Mail and mail privacy policies activated.
We're going to move to the next question. Yeah. We'll go in the back.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Just from a cybersecurity standpoint, I know corporations and business spend a lot of training to teach users not to click on links, not to use web apps. So just kind of your thought process on how that's going to kind of impact your business model. Because as a customer, I would be hesitant to know if this is a legit email, and should I click here, should I click there, should I put my credit card information in? So just any thoughts on that?
Sure. Do you want me to? Yeah, so email as a space has been moving towards more security and more privacy for a long time. We actually see that as an advantage for us. People trust the mail that they're getting in their inbox more than they did previously. However, there is definitely still a concern for phishing. Santi talked a little bit about the measures that we implement to avoid that. A lot of the people in this room are investors, use high security inboxes, business email. That's not exactly our target market. Our interactivity is best for personal emails, people who have enabled this by default, they haven't changed their settings, they haven't added increased security. Those are the people who are going to be able to see our widgets and make increased conversions on them. Does that answer your question? Thanks.
Go to Eric and then Jeff.
So just real quickly, with the three main platforms, Apple, Google, and Microsoft, what are the features that do and don't work platform by platform? If you could just highlight that real quickly.
Yeah.
Okay.
So for example, for abandoned cart, you can change the options in the cart. You can see how much it would cost, like what's the subtotal. You could add items to the cart and everything. But in order to complete the purchase, you will always have to click on the button that goes to checkout. And so that means that we can't do, for example, limited time offers, because we just don't know when the user is going to open the email and things like that.
We're going to go middle over here, and then we'll go to Jeff.
Thank you. Yes.
A quick question regarding your business model. I've been looking at a lot of these email marketing softwares, and I was wondering, why have you opted to not maybe partner with MailChimp or ConvertKit or all these marketing software that exist, because they would love to have your product, and that might help you scale faster.
I think Santi got this.
Yeah, sure. So we have built integrations already with Shopify and Klaviyo, which are big players in the e-commerce sector, and we're planning to integrate with some of these other platforms in the future. Yeah.
Thank you.
Going to go in the back, and then we'll go to Jeff.
Thank you.
Do my best here.
Sure. So there were two questions that were asked already that I'm not sure if we got a clear answer on yet. For mobile compatibility, you mentioned that Apple Mail works. Does the Gmail client on your phone work?
Yeah, totally.
So the Gmail, okay, for iOS, that's fine.
Yes.
Great. So for the in-app tracking, which is now opt-in, not opt-out by default, are you able to actually interact with that web app and then convert?
So on Apple Mail, if you have that enabled, that means that we won't be able to see anything that you do unless you click on go to checkout. And then that's when the whole communication with the server takes place.
Right, you may not, but does the client, say the e-commerce
I think
store?
the important thing to know here is the interactivity that they'll see first, we can still do that.
Yeah.
It's the tracking, if they click this button, if they click that button, that's the thing that we don't quite know if they've turned on the no tracking thing, but they'll still have the interactivity at the beginning.
So a transaction will occur?
Yeah.
Jeff, sorry.
When pop-up ads first appeared, the first thing I did was get an ad blocker. If you sent me this email, the first thing I do is find a company to block this. Is there as a consumer, not as a shopper. So do you anticipate, and is it technologically feasible for a company to come up with something that'll block these?
So you can disable this in your mail settings. Most companies do it by automatically. It's only the default user configurations that enable it. Our value is built on trust, and so if someone did try to block it, I think we would let them block it, and it would, you could have a plugin for Gmail where it says turn off interactivity. I think Gmail does that automatically. If you want to turn it off, it shows a little disable this.
Yeah, but what I would like to explain is this interactivity inside of the email that makes you want to open the email because it's a transactional email. We're not using this to just cold spam emails with offers and stuff. This is more of you abandon your cart on Amazon. Hey, you forgot this. If you want to go ahead, you have the whole experience here. You don't have to click and go somewhere else.
I turned off, so
That's good.
In the back.
So, thanks guys, nice presentation. My question is regarding your pricing, the $10,000 a year.
Yes.
Right, so the people you're targeting at that point, I don't know how you landed at that number, quite high because compared to your competitors, I think MailChimp is free for a lot of people in different areas, Zoho Mail and all these different areas. If you want to get traction that you're saying, wouldn't you want, how did you come to that conclusion of $10,000 is what I'm wondering.
Sure, so I've been on a lot of the sales calls that we do. We started out a lot lower, but we've raised the price every time we've sold somebody, and nobody said no yet. So that's where that pricing comes from.
I think it's important. This has been surprisingly easy to sell, which is why we're excited about it.
We thought the same as you when we started. I think at the end of the day, when you show people how much more money they're making by doing this, it's a no-brainer for them to do it. Eventually, I think when this becomes more mainstream, prices will drop a little bit. But right now, there's very few people doing it, and the value is huge, and so it's a no-brainer for stores to do it. Thank you.
Great presentation. Love the enthusiasm. I had a question on, since we're talking about sales distribution, how are you going about to sell this? You mentioned Shopify, particularly that seems to be a major sales channel for you. Are you in their app store right now or not? And just tell me a little bit more about distribution.
Sure. I think we have a slide on that if you want to try and find it. Our primary sales channels currently have been direct sales. So we talk with people, specifically people that own big brands, because that's where we get the most data from. We see in the long term, our sales channels breaking down into 3 main parts, direct sales being still a large component, and channel sales making up the second part. That's like Shopify agency partnerships, marketing agency partnerships, where we give them a % of commission for all the stores that they get onto our technology. We do not have a public Shopify.
Sorry, Daniel, we're going to have to wrap it up. All right. Everybody give it up for Zamo. And if we could have Signet Solutions come down from Rice University. And Brad, what's our count right now? Brad?
Is it okay if we take a selfie?
All right, if we could get everyone back to their seats.
Come in the front.
We're going to get going in just a second. Brad Burke, what's our count up to? 41. We're still at 41. So, Barbara Berger, have you registered for the Soft Tech event yet? Barbara, no pressure. Barbara, did you register to go?
Can you go back to the other side?
Oh, sorry. Just register. We want to ring the bell another $1 million, right? I have registered. All right, we're going to get going here. From Rice University, let's give a welcome to Signet Solutions.
You got a phone?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We are Signet Solutions, a team from Rice University. My name is Bill Wang, the CTO and co-founder of Signet Solutions. Today, I'm joined by my co-founder, Subash, Dana. We have Kim here. Signet's mission is forever eliminate forever chemicals. Forever. I love you forever. What a romantic word. However, when it comes with chemicals, forever chemicals, it's scary. They are PFAS, per and polyfluorinated compounds. They are forever chemicals. We actually deal with them every day. They are a group of man-made chemicals with properties repel both oil and water, and thus have been widely used as coating materials in many of our daily consumer products. They also the major components of firefighting foam. They really have secretly penetrated into almost every corner of our daily life. But what is even scarier is that they even exist in the water we are drinking every day. PFAS get into water because disposal of those consumer products, firefighting, and training. As shown on the map at the left-hand side, almost all the water systems in the US have been contaminated by these forever chemicals. Need to mention that this is only the reported results. A lot of states just started monitoring PFAS level in their water this January because EPA is now requiring all the water utilities to monitor PFAS level in their water, starting from this January to the end of 2025. By then, we anticipate a much denser dots on this map, like the one we shown at the right-hand side, a 5G map. Because of this water exposure, larger than 99% of Americans, including our beloved kids, have detectable PFAS in the blood. It will take more than 4 years to metabolize those chemicals by half of their concentration. And thus, they are really building inside of our body to levels high enough to cause different health effects, including even cancer. The US government started taking actions around 7 years ago, and 3 years ago, EPA published a PFAS strategy roadmap. And basically after that, every single month, there's new policies, regulations being proposed or implemented about PFAS. This is an opportunity for Signet Solutions now, since around 20 US states already set up their independent state regulations. It's already opened up a huge market for PFAS cleanup. This March 2023, EPA proposed a federal PFAS regulation and is expected to be implemented by the end of this year. EPA estimates like 6,700 communities will be affected by this proposed regulation. It will then further exponentially expand the market for PFAS cleanup. Actually, EPA, DOD, etc. already boosted their fundings for PFAS cleanup, which is forecasted to be $200 billion by 2032. Apart from the government's support, a lot of industry sites are also required to remediate PFAS on site because of the lawsuit. Over the past 10 years, 6,400 lawsuits have been filed against the companies because of PFAS. For example, one of the large chemical manufacturing companies was fined for $4 billion because of manufacturing those forever chemicals. And $6 million is required for cleanup. And this is only for one customer. And we have 6,400 lawsuits in the market, and the number is growing every single day. This is the opportunity and the demand for Signet Solution now, driven by the current state regulation, no matter the pass or fail of the proposed federal regulation. I have spent the last 5 years in the lab and invented a patent-pending technology portfolio to solve this forever problem by directly eliminating toxic PFAS from water using light. With the demand, market, and this patent-pending technology, it's a perfect time to bring Signet Solution to the market. Here is our solution, a photopurigon system, which is patented right now, in patent-pending application right now. In the system, light can activate our purigon catalytic medium to form oxidative species to directly eliminate toxic PFAS in water to non-toxic fluoride and bicarbonate, which are already in your toothpaste and soda. The whole system doesn't produce any waste or require any adding chemicals. Our purigon materials are scalable, reusable, have long-term stabilities, and non-toxic. More details about photopurigon system. Purigon will mix with dirty water in the holding tank, and the pump will drive it go to UV assembly to get exposed to the UV light, where the chemical reaction happens and PFAS got eliminated. And then the separation unit will separate purified water, achieving 100% water recovery, and also enable it to recover and reuse all the purigon materials. The purigon materials are not consumable. We also designed our prototype to move from lab scale to semi-pilot scale. We successfully treated PFAS-contaminated realistic water with capacity 100 gallons per day, with larger than 99% reduction of PFAS concentration. The system works all the way from parts per million down to non-detect parts per trillion, achieving 6 orders of magnitude reduction of PFAS concentration in water. There are some conventional technologies available in the market, but they only move the problem, doesn't solve the problem. For example, the conventional water treatment technologies, like what your Brita filter does, only physically remove PFAS, but produce megatons of PFAS contaminated hazardous waste. Incineration is one way to treat it, but it cannot completely eliminate PFAS. So they will end up evaporate PFAS to the air and eventually circle back to the environment, circle back to us. DOD banned PFAS incineration at the beginning of last year. Landfill is another way to treat PFAS contaminated waste, but PFAS will end up in the landfill leachate and circle back to the environment also. A lot of states stopped receiving PFAS contaminated waste right now. This automatically makes conventional water treatment technology inefficient in regard to eliminate PFAS and not sustainable. The storage, transport, and disposal of those wastes will introduce liability and also make it costly. We got, from EPS report, we got the capital cost and operational costs for the conventional water treatment technologies. And Signet has 40% lower capital costs and 25% lower operational costs than the conventional water treatment technologies. Signet is also competing with other novel PFAS destructive technologies, which are in the progress of being commercialized, but they are either hard to scale or costly. For example, one of the technologies need to heat up water to high temperature, high pressure, high energy intensity, which makes it hard to scale up, and also the liability will be associated with it. Signet Solution can remove the liabilities and check mark all these features. Now, welcome my co-founder Subhash for the pitch.
Thanks, Bo. So to understand the market potential, we did interviews with about 150 stakeholders, varying from different ranges: industrial sites, municipal utilities, Department of Defense. And what we learned was the market potential was anywhere from $2 billion to $200 billion. So, and the driving force was different for all these three categories. For example, the legal pressure or the state regulations were driving the industrial strike to be solving the problem today. And the military base of the Department of Defense, the extended use of firefighting foam, and they have contaminated the water in the surrounding area. So their objective is cleanup of the existing sites. Municipal and drinking water, there are 20 states that has been regulated, and the rest of them waiting on the EPA has proposed the regulations. If industry insiders are saying that if the regulations passes through, this 200 billion market would be 700 billion market by 2026. Sorry. So early adopters are initial, based on the interviews and their follow-up conversations, we have been having some conversations with manufacturers from the industries, chemical manufacturers, firefighting foam manufacturers, and semiconductor manufacturers, and also the consultants who are responsible to identify and recommend solution for these firms. So based on what you have seen so far, we have received samples from 3 of the companies and signed NDA with them, and we are in the process of working with them as well. And these are all manufacturers are handling PFAS-related waste material. So based on this, we narrow down industrial sites as our go-to-market strategy or beachhead market. So we start with the PFAS testing for them, which we're currently doing for some clients, starting with the industrial pilot, which will move into our design and then probably full scale, which we are projecting in early Q1 of 2025. The sales cycle is typical to a water treatment industry. We collect the samples, we test for the PFAS in our lab, and also we bench testing in our lab environment. That will get into our pilot scale. The pilot scale would be kind of to test our performance of our system and also understand or come up with the optimal design for the full field design. And also, the field test will also get the operators getting familiar with our system. So that will eventually move into the full-scale installation and testing or training, which will have a full-time relationship with Signet, then maintenance and support. Our business model goes along with our strength, very efficient, very less footprint. Our equipments can be fabricated and fitted at the site and can be retrofitted within any of the existing process setup, can handle between 1,000 gallons to 4 million gallons per day. We plan to focus on B2B or government with an option to sell or lease wherever cleanup activities are needed. Another small stream of revenue is also from PFAS testing service. The reason for the PFAS testing service is we need to do the PFAS testing for our fabrication or our design. At the same time, there is in the current lead time is about 4 to 6 weeks, and consultants are having a hard time accelerating this time frame because of the expertise needed in this area. So we plan to extend on that as well. And our modular configurations of the design from the left to the right, you can see 15,000 gallon per day capacity to 4 million gallon per day capacity. And you can see the drops which are represented. Per drop represent 5,000 gallons. And you can see the scaled up version which has 800 drops, which is about 266 times of the first setup. So we are able to go up to 4 million gallons with the current day. Financials, most of our expenses in 24, which will be our setting up our lab and focusing on our pilot. Our revenue starts in 25 with our first sale of the equipment and a consistent stream of revenue from our testing service. Quick run on the financials here. We have into 3 areas. Our reactor sales starts in 25 with the monitoring expense having a continuous stream of revenue, and also we are working on some grants as well. With that, I will pass it on to Dana, our Chief Commercial Officer. Thank you.
Thank you. As Subhash and Bo have mentioned, the opportunity is ripe here for Signet to take advantage of this opportunity with a breakthrough technology. Our next steps are to hire a business development consultant, and this is actually already in the works. We're working with a business development consultant out of Massachusetts. He has been instrumental in helping us understand and build business development relationships. We're also focusing on setting up the lab and monitoring services. As Subhash had said, this is an easy win. We can immediately start generating income and revenue for the business while solving a customer problem. We're also working with Rice to acquire our patent licenses. That'll start this summer. Our current ask is for investors, partners, and mentors to help us raise $2 million. These funds will help accelerate our lab setup and our pilot. As far as exit strategies, we've seen successful exits from water remediation companies that are similar to Signet, doing water remediation with large industrial companies. We see this as a potential good long-term exit strategy. Our team is well equipped to handle this problem. We're very diverse. Between Subhash and I, we have over 20 years of business experience in consulting and operations. Bo, Kim, and Professor Michael Wong, who are all in the room, they're the co-inventors and focused on the technology and science side of things. And we have Dr. Francois, who's also helping with business development, coming out of Schlumberger. Our journey has been vast over the last number of years. Bo has been in the lab, like he said, over the last 5 years developing this technology. He's filed for 3 different patents, and This past year in 2022 was an inaugural Rice Innovation Fellow here on campus. This was the start of our commercialization journey. He was able to get an NSF I-Corp grant that was allowing us to do those stakeholder interviews that we discussed earlier in the presentation. This was critical to our commercialization strategy. Most recently, we won the 2023 MIT Water Innovation Prize. That was this week. We were in Boston and won that competition. We are now a part of the Google Startups for Sustainable Development, coming out of that win as well. We are Signet Solutions. We forever eliminate forever chemicals. Thank you.
All right, we'll start up over here with Rob.
Thanks. Really good presentation. I don't think there's a bigger environmental problem in the world right now, and there is no solution right now. So if you have what you think you have, it is a very, very big deal. So the question is, looking at the project economics at the big scale, what is the project, the 4 million gallons per day, what are the economics on that, the unit economics?
It's about, it's 50% low related to the other equipments. The typical cost is about 3 to 4 times of the current capacity. So our cost would be about $5 million for that capital expense. Our operating expense is 36 cents per 1,000 gallons.
Oh. Someone have a question up here? Robert.
Cool technology. Big problem, as reflected. So I've been in a bioremediation deal. There's several investors sitting here in that deal. We have learned the water market is extremely challenging. Distribution to and getting to the market is not easy, even when you got a compelling economic solution, even when you have regs in place. It's not an easy market. It's a 100-year-old market. It's very staid, very fragmented decision makers, politics. So my question is, and I didn't see it in the slides, you've got to be specific. What is your distribution strategy? Sales-wise, what is it going to take to get people to physically buy the product? Who are the players in that chain to get there, from here to there?
So market familiarization is one of the key things, especially EPA. When they are proposing these solutions, they are talking about the conventional technologies. And none of the new novel technologies are there. So we are also working with consultants to get our word out and prove the technology. And pilot will very much help us get to that point.
And I will also add that the early adopters that we had on our earlier slide, those are real customers, potential customers that we were able to talk to through the NSF I-Corp interviews. Those are our potential customers that we've already started making contact with that were very interested in our technology. So through that grant, we were already able to start trying to break down some of those barriers like you have identified.
Going to come back over here.
Hey, great presentation. Question, what about the fact that you can actually go into a licensing mode of this technology instead of taking the whole CapEx burden on yourself? And why not the industrial sites and municipality own that, help them design and license this technology out? Why this over the licensing model?
So there have been some interest from the residential side on the licensing part. We are very clear on that. We're not focusing on the residential side yet. But the municipality, there have been some interest that people are wanting to work with us, especially in the consultant side. So we are working through it at this point.
And I think this even ties back to Robert's question. The market is so large, we can't tackle everything at once. So I think in the long term, we would consider licensing, but for the short term, we see the urgency and the immediate problem to be solved working with industrials to sell them the actual equipment.
Yeah.
Can you talk about other materials, solids, how that affects salt, how it affects the catalyst, et cetera?
Yes. So in our lab test and also semi-pilot test, we add 6,000 sodium chloride inside, which represents basically the backwash from the unturned resins, the salt concentration in that. And we didn't see any inhibition from the salt. So our technology can be worked for a wide range of the water, different water matrices.
And solids?
Solids for the industry, they normally have a pretreatment, the sand filtration to remove the solid. So we will put our photo Purigon system after that, after removing the solid.
We'll go to Becky.
Great presentation. There are several players in the PFAS remediation space, such as Leaf Systems and Clear Harbors. Can you compare what your technology can do differently that would make you a disruptor in the industry?
Yes. So Clean Harbor, they were using a high temperature process to eliminate PFAS. So that also, like incineration, it cannot completely eliminate PFAS, will evaporate PFAS to the air and circle back to the environment. And when I doing the I4 interview, when I interact with customers, they always ask me, are you having a high temperature, high pressure technology? I said, no. And they said, okay, we don't want to have high temperature processes, since that will have liability issues and also the cost and the operational issues. So for our technology, we are room temperature, low pressure, and we have the low cost, and we can completely eliminate PFAS. We don't generate any waste. So this is our kind of value propositions and advantages in comparison with the other technologies.
And that makes all our conventional technologies our customers as well to treat their after.
That might be a great licensing avenue.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to take off on Becky's question a little bit and talk about the differentiators. So it looks to me like this requires a drop-in facility that's into the water treatment system that's very specialized just for PFAS problem. Whereas are some of the solutions out there going to be more comprehensive and take care of other contaminants?
We can. Since for our setup, we have a UV, we have actually a backup slide. We can treat bacteria since we have a UV that can disinfect. So we can treat all these different contaminants, including 1,4-dioxane, the last generation immersion contaminants, bacteria, like pharmaceutical viruses. So it's not only just for PFAS, it's for a wide range of the contaminants.
Let's go in the back.
Yes, so you produce a flow of clean water, and then you have all these chemicals that have been taken out of the water. Are those a potential revenue stream? Are they benign where they can be remarketed?
The contamination level, what we are talking about is, to give an analogy, it's like a one drop in one huge swimming pool. That's the contamination level, what we're talking about. So that breaking down into fluoride and bicarbonate, it's very minimal or negligible compared to what we currently have in the water. So it's not a revenue stream.
Go to Richard and then Andy.
So things like municipal water treatment systems are incredibly conservative, old, and highly regulated. I'm wondering, is there a significant market for you guys in sort of an internal use in a chemical manufacturer or something where they don't have to deal with all the outside world and all the outside regulators?
Yes, I think that's the exact reason why we are focusing on industrials as our first. I actually am on the Houston Clean City Commission here in the city, and I work and have interacted very closely with a lot of the water treatment plants here in the city. And we've seen time and time again those bureaucratic barriers that will take a really long time to overcome, to be honest. And this is why we wanted to highlight the urgency with the industrials right now. They're the ones who are facing lawsuits, who have immediate remediation need. So that's why we're starting there. And then long term, of course, we would like to get in with municipals, but we do understand that there are a lot of barriers, especially through my interactions and the NSF interviews with those stakeholders as well.
So it sounds like you guys are going after the kind of the point sources first, and then after the big wastewater and water treatment companies. Municipalities in general are very tight for money. So where ultimately does the money come from to do this? Because most of these things are dramatically underfunded to start with.
Yeah, I think when we're thinking about this problem, we're also thinking at the point that we would be interacting with the municipalities, the federal regulation will have passed. So in states right now where PFAS is being regulated, they don't have a choice. They have to increase their budget or find the money to remediate for PFAS. So I think that kind of breaks down some of those barriers. And like Bo said, we are lower OpEx and CapEx compared to competitors. So we are an economical solution for the long term.
Let's go in the middle.
Can you meet the standards set by the 20 states? And what is your performance relative to the proposed federal regulation on this?
Take it.
Bo, did you hear? So the question is, can Signet Solutions, our photopure system, meet the current state regulations and then the proposed federal regulations?
Yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. So we received the samples from we signed an NDA and we treat that water, we can meet the regulations. Yeah, propose the regulation we can actually.
We can, yeah.
Will.
Can you hear that? What's your manufacturing strategy, both for your photocatalytic reactor skids and for your catalytic material? Where are you going to source that? You're going to be a builder? You're going to just contract it all out? What's the plan?
So I'll take the reactor. We have a supplier we have been working with. They have been successful in deploying the bigger systems for 1,4-dioxane and kind of tools. So that we are working with them. And for the material, well.
And for the material, we can do it in our laboratory. Since the raw material is commercially available and we can purchase it, and in the lab, it is very easy to manufacture, modify the surface, and add our secret sauce there. So we have the capacity to scale up manufacturing the pure gum catalytic media.
We're not going to have time for any more questions, so let's give it up for Signet Solutions.
Thank you.
Great job. You
got it.
Ready?
Yeah.
I'm going to use my best Brad Burke. All right. Everyone back to your seats.
And just be patient.
So news just in breaking news.
Just wait just
Breaking news to announce while we're getting back to our seats. Tommy, that means you. Tommy Moore, thank you very much. Yeah. We got to keep this going. All right. There will be an extra $1 million announced tonight. But the better question is, does someone want to put another $1 million up? Thank you, Chris and SoftTech. And now, from Texas A&M University, please welcome Flexworks.
You know how when you get in your car and you want it to move, the first thing you have to do is put it into gear? Gears are everywhere. Submarines, spacecraft, aircraft, wind turbines, electric vehicles, medical surgical robots, they all rely on gears. And whether you're in a harsh environment or an everyday environment, you need a gearbox that never fails. Hi, I'm Mary Beth. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Flexworks, and I'm studying HR development.
And my name is Brighton Preslika. I got my PhD in electrical engineering at 9:30 on Friday. And I'm the founder and CEO of Flexworks.
And at Flexworks, we're putting a new spin on a fundamental technology. We're creating magnetic gears. Magnetic gears are contactless, lubrication-free, self-healing, and lightweight. They have proven 99% efficiency, they're 4 times quieter than their mechanical counterpart, and have demonstrated the ability to plug and play and are retrofittable to existing mechanical gears. And they offer unprecedented reliability. They can operate in outer space, in the bottom of the ocean, or even inside the human body. Imagine a rover on the dark side of the moon. It's 400 degrees below zero. The rover requires an incredible amount of energy to heat up the lubricants just to move an inch. What happens if your gear seize up? You can't call an Uber. But it doesn't have to be like that. What if you didn't have to expend energy to heat up lubrication? What could you do with that extra power? Where could you explore? At Flexworks, we're locking the ability to explore new lands with our lubrication-free magnetic gears. And we're not the only ones that think so. We are funded by NASA to develop magnetic actuator technology for future Artemis missions. And they've been pretty excited about technology ever since. In fact, this isn't even our slide. NASA presented this slide at a lunar conference where they said magnetic actuators are a promising fit for space, specifically for rover mobility and robotic arm joints.
Thanks, Mary Beth. So why is NASA so excited about magnetic gearing? Well, as you know, it's possible to have a motor without a gearbox. But it's been shown that when you integrate a magnetic gearbox, you can unlock the same performance, but in a 5 times smaller and 3 times lighter package, which is critical for aerospace and space missions. You may also know that it's possible to have a dry lubricant. You can eliminate the use of heaters if you have a dry lubricant, no more needing to heat up the frozen lubricant. But we got a call from one of the engineers that made the James Webb Telescope lens-changing mechanism, and it had a dry lubricated mechanical gearbox in it. And he said that it was an emergency. The James Webb Telescope had a significant lifetime problem. Gearbox lifetime was between 1/10 and 1/100th that of the bearings. And when they shared their screen, they were working on magnetic gears. And they said they were doing it to unlock the full potential that future space mechanisms should have. So if magnetic gears offer so much potential in space, why aren't they already in space? Well, one of the reasons is a lack of imagination. Mechanical gears are as old as the Babylonians. It's a technology that we deeply understand and have been using for millennia. Another reason is when magnetic gears were first introduced in the academic literature, and even a prior startup have tried to work on them, they came out the gates with pretty unimpressive performance. For example, this one's great at holding up a tool in your tool shed, or maybe keys so you don't lose them by your front door. But this one's not so great at high performance, high efficiency aerospace actuation. But during my PhD program, I had the opportunity to collaborate with a range of scientists. And one of the forefronts was an Army Research Lab engineer. And together we improved the software to be able to understand to a T what's going on inside the magnetic gearbox. With that type of insight, we were able to develop our proprietary optimization algorithm. It's a machine learning-based tool that helped us to improve the performance of the magnetic gear beyond any precedent. It also unlocked new insights, and we were able to develop new topologies, leading to one granted patent and one pending PCT application, both of which we are gaining exclusive licensure in all fields of use from Texas A&M University, where the technology was developed. And these new topologies have helped us to overcome some of the remaining barriers. We've increased the torque per unit weight performance to be on par with commercial mechanical gears that are currently being used in space actuation applications. This allows us to have a rapid path to transition and profitability by unlocking the ability to retrofit platforms that are currently using mechanical gears and pop in a magnetic gear that has the same performance.
After Brighton published this graph, we were so excited that multiple companies contacted us, inquiring how they may be able to utilize magnetic gears in their industry.
And in 19 short months since incorporating, we've been excited to develop relationships with these companies that are committing significant time and resources to us. For example, we have a contract with Borg-Warner, with Maglev. We've landed a multi-million-dollar grant with the United States Army, and the grant with the Army is supporting our ability to take this technology readiness level 4 technology that's we've shown in the lab and get it to TRL 6 by demonstrating it on an aerospace relevant platform to rapidly head us towards commercialization. And now we've conducted over 100 customer interviews that are high quality interviews that have shown us that one of the most winnable beachhead markets where we also have the most traction is the United States aerospace and space actuation market. And one of the features that this market is so thrilled about is a term that we said earlier, self-healing, that we'd like to define a little bit further. In fact, we're in the process of trademarking the term that we're coining called the torque fuse. And rather than me jabbing on about it, I brought a demo that I'd like to show you what the torque fuse is that we're talking about. So someone here in the front row is lucky enough that I'm gonna come up and do a demo with them. So this is a magnetic gearbox that we developed. This was one of the ones for NASA, and I'll bring it in just a moment. But before the demo, I want you to imagine a mechanically geared system that has interlocking teeth, and in the event that one shaft is maybe jammed or overloaded, and the other gear is trying to move, what's gonna happen, right? And you're not coming back from that. You have a broken tooth. But with contactless magnetic gears, in the event of an overload, the magnets just slip past each other, and after you clear the jam, they come right back into place and can continue operations. So I'm gonna show it to, yes, you look excited. Yes. Yeah. There's always one mechanical engineer in the room. So if you can't see it, it's all right, you'll be able to hear it. This is a magnetic gearbox, so low speed on one side, high speed on another side. And what I'm gonna ask you to do is hold the shaft and like you're jamming it, and you're gonna stop me. And again, if you can't see it, you're gonna be able to hear the magnet slipping. So just hold on tight. And if you'd let go. And did you feel very much? And that's why we call it the torque fuse. We're actually able to control to a T exactly where that cutoff is and how much the asset on the other side, whether that asset is a volunteer, thanks by the way for volunteer. Yeah, yeah, yep. And whether you're a volunteer and your life may depend on it, or you might be a $10 billion James Webb telescope, you can be sure that the gear and the asset that it's connected to will be protected. Now, there are others working on magnetic gears. There's Magnamatics, a United Kingdom-based company that's targeting wind and marine energy applications. There's also Flux Magic. Their CEO and their lead engineer are both full-time professors, and again, they're focusing on these marine energy applications. But why you should hop on the Flexworks powertrain are a variety of reasons. That includes, if my clicker would click, here we go, our proprietary optimization software, our patented portfolio of magnetic gear technologies. Additionally, we have a focused, dedicated, full-time team that are driving all of our energy towards product development. We already have multiple funded contracts that are funding the development of our products, a total of non-dilutive $2.3 million. We also have our own facilities. We are not on the Texas A&M campus any longer. We have our own facilities where we're able to assemble these technologies. We have some capital equipment, and we've strategically located them in a hub zone that gives us earmarked advantage to winning substantial defense and space opportunities and set-asides. Now, where we're beginning is the US, but we have a pending PCT application, which provides us the opportunity coming up here in July to file in multiple nations this technology. This just sets us up to be able to expand internationally when the time comes. And so we're currently in discussions where the most strategic countries to file this pending technology are. And after global conquest, the next step is to win the rest of the Milky Way galaxy.
But to bring it back to Earth, how we're going to do this is with our people. I left an established career doing compliance to join a startup because A, the technology is really cool. But I also recognize that Flexworks is a deep tech startup that deeply cares about its people. Our humans really are our most important resource, and our values are more than just words on our website. So with our culture and our technology combined, we've assembled a dedicated team. For example, Craig, our chief engineer, he's here with us this weekend, and he worked in oil and gas for over 12 years. He sold his house and moved his wife and 3 small kids to join Flexworks. And the Army Research Lab scientist that Brighton mentioned earlier, his name is Matt. And 6 months ago, he left the Army Research Lab to join Flexworks full-time as our chief technology officer. And everyone on our team has a story like that.
And we're certainly thrilled about our team, but we're also thrilled about the industries and government agencies that are stepping up and providing resources to be able to support Flexworks. We've received a plethora of letters of intent, but the strongest of which that we'd like to highlight include Lockheed Martin, General Electric, DARPA, and we also recently signed a contract with Rob Ambrose, the former NASA chief roboticist, and we're excited to begin working on a Space Force contract with him together as well. He's now the Director of Space and Robotic Initiatives at TEAS. We do have strategic partners with NASA. With the Bush Combat Development Complex, we outsource a significant part of our manufacturing with our partners at Aviox, and we're also supported by the Texas Technology Commercialization Center, and a personal mentor to mine is B. Joe Matthew. If you've been thinking during the course of this presentation that magnetic gears might have application beyond space and aerospace actuation, we've been thinking the same thing. In fact, our portfolio of 10 technologies includes gearing technologies that are suitable for a range of applications. We've built some that are smaller than the palm of my hand. We've built some that are larger than a Volkswagen. I can talk about some of the applications. I can't talk about some of the other ones. For example, the one on the far left, I can't say exactly what it's for, but I can tell you that it rhymes with Schmeiper, Schmonic, Schmissel. Now, gears are everywhere, and gears are here to stay. And if you believe, as we do, that it's time for this technology to be commercialized, then we invite you, along with the others who have already committed time and resources to supporting us, to join us.
And we sincerely appreciate all of you being here today and look forward to addressing your questions.
All right. Start with Kofi in the back.
All right. First, I worked at NASA for about 20 years, so thank you for the shout out. I loved it. Also worked with Rob Ambrose. He's one of the subject matter experts, maybe in the country, when it comes to robotics. When it comes to, I guess, this gear, I know the technology is pretty cool, but the magnetic gears have a problem, or maybe not even a problem, a deficiency with limited torque transfer. What are your thoughts on that, and how does your application or your design address some of those limited capabilities? Thank you.
If I had a motor for a golf cart, I would put in a motor about yay big, and if I had a motor for a Ford F-350, I'd put in a motor about yay big. So magnetic gears can be sized to meet any torque need. Our technology has helped us improve the torque per unit weight and torque per unit volume to actually be on par with commercial mechanical gears.
Can you give me any color on how your technology does that? Because it's probably more of an engineering nerd's curiosity, but.
Sure. In a mechanical gear, there are a few points of contact, tooth to tooth, right, and all the stress is right there. In a magnetic gear, if you have a concentric body of magnets and a concentric body of magnets, then the distributed torque across the entire body ends up equaling and being similar to that point of contact.
Yeah. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Go up here, and then we'll go to Robert. Okay, you're up. Do you have a catch? No? All right, let's go to Robert.
Two quick questions. I'll share them real quickly. One is, are there any unusual, in terms of magnets, the rare earth metals? I mean, and that also deals with the cost issue of the technology versus, a gearing mechanism. But another question as well, real quickly, is you focus on the government. Maybe that was the low-hanging fruit in terms of relationships. I don't know, but those can be a long time before you see money in hand. And I got it. But commercial applications where economics are drivers, to me, is much more interesting.
To address the first question, we can use magnets and we can use coils. We currently leverage the same supply chains that commercial electric vehicle motors leverage, and we're already in discussions with alternative rare earth magnet developers. There we go. To be sure that as supply chains shift towards the US, that we won't be the ones left in the dust. Addressing cost, our customers value the savings over the lifetime of the platform. So the opportunity that we had to collaborate with GE, their senior principal research scientist, shows that we would, including the increased capital expenditure, over the total lifetime of the wind turbine, save more than 20% on the total lifetime costs. And then thirdly, the reason we're pursuing the government first, I actually pulled the trigger on starting Flexworks the day that Amazon reached out and said we'd like to purchase all the IP, but they said 250,000, and at the same time the government said 2 million. And and Amazon wanted permanent assignment of all future intellectual property. We stuck with the government that said that we could keep it all. And so we hope to commercialize we hope to commercialize this dual use technology, leverage government funding that's non-dilutive, and then turn it into commercial, or simultaneously do so.
Could you show us some financials? What your expected revenues are for the next several years, and what you expect this year? Do you have a chart?
This year we have 2.3 million committed, and our current burn rate is about 92,000 on average, though some months go higher and lower. So we have plenty of runway to continue development. In terms of year after year, with your help, we hope to rapidly increase that growth. But one exciting opportunity is, thanks to our Army and Air Force contracts, we have a government fund matching opportunity coming up in the near future. So in the next 18 months, we hope to raise $15 million to match one-to-one the government non-dilutive funding.
So what's your current ask today on the raise? How much are you trying to raise, and what's the use of funds?
The investment, we prefer in the form of a convertible note. We are also seeking strategic advisory board members to help us win our beachhead market as quickly as possible. And thirdly, we're seeking industry contacts to help us, again, win that beachhead market.
How much money? How much money?
How much you want to raise?
Over the next 18 months, 15 million, and I have 2 knobs to turn on how quickly I raise that.
1.5.
Yeah, let's go to Barbara.
Hey, Brighton. Well done.
So you've told us about the problem, you've told us about the solution. Tell us about the business. A number of people asked about revenue. So, you know, it's a very capitally intensive business. You're building things. So tell us what it looks like from that perspective. How much money do you need to build up inventory? Or do you make these things custom? You know, what does that look like?
I can still take this one. We have been able to pay all of our team members a full-time salary and continue to operate and quickly build these prototypes for the US Army. Right now, since we outsource most of our manufacturing, most of our materials are commercial off the shelf. We're able to quickly do so. Then in terms of building up inventory, right now our very first focus is to win our beachhead market. And a matter of building inventory will come, we hope, with your help as part of our strategic advisory board, deciding which is the most winnable beachhead market and where the fastest ROI is.
Oh, let's go to the right. My right.
I have a question about shielding. So will external magnetic fields impact the operation, or will your device maybe send a signal out that could, let's say, mess up a pacemaker or something like that?
Sure. Both ways, our customers frequently want it protected. So just like in an electric motor, the technology has matured to be able to be completely what's called like flux contained. So from the outside, there's no concern. We can have sensors running by nearby. Our space customers are greatly interested in being sure of that. And then additionally from the outside, if we flux shield on the way out, we're also a flux shield on the way in. So you can't disturb the technology. Our primary failure mode is extreme temperature, such as like thousands of degrees of Fahrenheit.
We're gonna go in the middle.
So my original question was going to ask about your scaling, because it sounds like this is a lot of customized work, right? And to build on the response you gave to Barbara, it sounds like the scaling is something you still have to figure out?
The specifications that we have for the aerospace actuator, we've determined based on our consulting contracts with Maglev, an eVTOL electric aircraft company, as well as with Caney Aerospace and with NASA, they all require the same aerospace actuation applications. So while to date, all of our technology demonstrators have been a one-off customization, the reason we're here is because we are developing a product. We're stopping making one-off prototypes, and we need to make one product and then exit. And with our portfolio of technologies, we're excited that after the first exit, we can continue to win all the future ultimate markets.
All right, who's next? William.
Can you give us an idea of what your technology roadmap and timeline look like? When do you think you'll have your aerospace application, your wind turbine application, your large-scale industrial ready for market or in the market?
Sure. Well, with your help, it'll be a lot shorter than what it currently is. But in terms of what we have lined up, the Air Force contract has a $15 million funding matching opportunity, and we're currently working with Lockheed to be sure that we transition and line up aerospace acquisitions. They said at the start of 2027, we're already in discussions now because of the long acquisitions process.
Let's go in the back.
Yeah, maybe a very simple question. This is a transmission, so you actually have a rotational source of energy feeding into the transmission. You don't generate the rotation. And the second question that ties to that, can the transmission shift gears, or is it a single gear transmission?
Just making sure the very first part of the question is what is driving the magnetic gear? Yep. Whatever the customer wants to drive the magnetic gear. Whether it's an engine or a motor, it doesn't matter to us. It's all the same specification for a gearbox. The second question, can we shift gears? All of our customers prefer our technology because it's extremely simple and passive. So we are just a fixed gear ratio, which is extremely common. However, we do have technologies in our portfolio that do allow continuously variable transmission, but that's not our first focus to commercialize.
Let's go to Rob.
Yeah, thanks. You probably touched upon this, but how do you think about pricing, unit pricing, and how does that differentiate between what's currently in the marketplace?
There are no magnetic gears currently in the marketplace.
The gearboxes that people are currently using.
Sure. It depends on the application. Pricing per unit is a function of application. And then in terms of unit economics, we use the same ingredients as a commercial electric vehicle motor. So while a one-off prototype is extremely expensive by materials, ours is similarly priced by kilowatts and weight that an electric motor would be costing.
Art?
So to clarify on the other question, instead of using a constant RPM, we use a variable speed electric motor, so we don't need a gearbox. Do you see that as competition?
No. We focus on applications where customers need, if you could go to the efficiency slide, where customers value the advantages that we have at the high torque, low speed application. So all of our beachhead customers that we're already engaging with value such a low RPM operating point. For example, Lockheed, General Electric, et cetera.
All right, that'll wrap it up for questions. Let's give it up for Flexworks. All right, so we're going to take a break and get back here at 2:30. 2:30, please be back. Thank you. Right.
All right.
I go in the middle, you go to my right.
All right. Did you hear that? All right, everyone.
Let's do it.
We're about to get started. Let's go. All right, everyone, welcome back. I'm excited because I just saw Jack Gale and had a visit with him. Jack, thank you for coming. Round of applause for Jack Gale, everyone. All right, we are now on our 5th team. And everyone, please give a warm welcome to Pathways from Harvard University.
Good afternoon. I'm Lisa Sanderman, and I'm one of the co-founders of Pathways, and we're building climate intelligence for construction. So I've already been up here once talking about how through 2060, the urban environment will double. That's because it's really important. So that's equivalent to building a new New York City every single month through 2060. But that's a huge number. I mean, the building industry alone is responsible for 40% of global CO2 emissions. Here in the US, 20% of GDP. What a lot of people don't realize is that half of that emission comes from embodied carbon. That's the carbon associated with the manufacturing, transportation, and installation of materials for a new building today. That means before you even turn on the light, get the keys to your new house, half of that environmental impact has already been made. That's a big problem for us globally, but it's also a very real, everyday pain point for real estate developers who are forced to pay millions of dollars to report on embodied carbon. So that's what we're solving. At Pathways, we're building a full-stack sustainability platform. Last year, we launched our first product. It's a free integration with the early-stage architect tool 3D CAD software, which means that architects today can use our product and as they are designing and making updates and changes, see the environmental impact of the material choices they make. What we're building now is the interface that goes across the different design stages, and that's able to take that valuable data we now have access to and produce the range of reports that real estate developers are asking for. It goes across permitting, ESG commitments, and regulatory requirements. And we've gained traction. And we have hundreds of architects using this first product. Just 2 weeks ago, we signed our first industry and supplier partnership with BlueScope, a leading sustainable steel manufacturer. The timing is right now. I mean, pressure is only growing from this. Some of you might have heard me say this. Houston isn't our beachhead market, but believe me when I say regulation is coming, and across the US, in places like California, we're seeing requirement now for life cycle analysis when you are building construction more than 10,000 feet. In Europe, where I'm from, this regulation is much more harsh in terms of both measurement, reporting, and reduction of embodied carbon in the construction. But it's not just regulation that's driving this market. We're seeing institutional investors require real estate private equity firms to give ESG disclosure requirements across not just operational carbon, but embodied carbon. There's also a timing thing here. Unprecedented funding from the Inflation Reduction Act, $5 billion to low carbon procurement. And even if these three drivers aren't enough, we're speaking with real estate developers every week who are making choices about green building because they are seeing outsized return on having these certifications. So what does this look like in numbers? Well, US commercial construction is $1.4 trillion annual spend. 40% of new buildings are built in some shape or form green. But what a lot of people are shocked by is that if you're building a building green, roughly 0.5% of this total spend of that project cost will go to the manual facilitation of the different certifications of the tracking across all the different stages. That means if you can solve this problem, there's a $2.8 billion opportunity. If we look including the EU, that's $6 billion, including infrastructure, going across the full built environment. It's a $10 billion opportunity. So how is that done today? I mean, real estate developers are asking architects to perform these analyses. You're probably looking at the pictogram. It's confusing to me, it's confusing to architects. I'm sure it's also confusing to you, because they're managing a process that's largely manual, cumbersome, and very, very slow. But you don't have to take my word for it. My co-founder Kritika is an architect and used to sit in the middle of this pictogram.
Well, that's exactly right. I would be the unfortunate person sitting in an architecture firm with a big and complex 3D model, not knowing how to understand every impact that my material decisions were having every day. How this process currently works is, I would have to extract information from these complex 3D models, send it to an external sustainability consultant, and then simply wait for them to get back to me. This was at every design decision, every design iteration that I was doing. The consultants would take almost 3 to 4 weeks to get back to me, and by that time, my design would have already changed. We were pretty sure that we wanted to do something about it and disrupt how the process currently works. So we went out in the industry, we found 5 committed partners that are also the leading firms in the industry. These partners share our vision. We built out a prototype in collaboration with them, and we've had 1,100 plus downloads so far. As soon as we released our prototype, on social media platforms like LinkedIn, we saw architects encouraging other architects to actually adopt our tools since it was so easy to use. We've also established strategic partnerships with major regulatory organizations in the industry, like Carbon Leadership Forum. And top universities like Harvard and MIT have included Pathways as part of their official curriculum. I myself taught 2 courses last semester. Now, let me take you on a very quick technical ride on how this actually works. Since we are directly integrated in the 3D CAD softwares, we have a very effective and efficient data flow, which is the spaghetti that you see on your screen. Now, our platform dissects this complex 3D model into different layers. What this means is, if you look at this room, our platform will take apart this floor, the walls, into different layers, and then match it with the most optimal and sustainable material choice out there for this particular building type and particular location. Let's say I'm sitting in Houston, and right now we don't have the database for Houston, or you find a very local manufacturer that is not yet embedded in the national databases. We have a built-in flexibility that an architect can feed that data in manually, and this adds to the overall database that Pathways has. Once you're done, you just hit calculate, and it shoots out these very simple and easy to read graphs. And as soon as I, as an architect, make any change in the design of this wall or the floor or change a new material, these graphs update in real time. We have a peer-reviewed published paper I presented at a conference last year called ACLCA, and I know if the tool sounds simple, it's because we've spent years researching it to make it this simple. And we know it works. This is a pilot project that we did together with Henning Larsen Architects. By direct integration of Pathways in their current workflow, they were able to have up to 25% cost savings from not having to go to these external consultants. They were able to save up to 3 weeks, and they were able to reduce the carbon by more than 25%. So they saved cost, carbon, and time, but they also ended up winning the contract for this project, which is worth millions of dollars for them in the long run. We have continuously engaged our users, and we are building the next product roadmap based on what we are hearing. We've also done 100 plus user and customer interviews through the National Science Foundation ICOPS program. And through our product downloads, we see that we've reached multiple firms out there. We hear that they love that we are leveraging these industry data partners, and we have that embedded in the early stages itself, where right in the competition and concept phases, architects can understand the impact. They also love that they don't have to train for hours just to use these tools, since competitions are very fast-paced, and they get this real-time feedback as they make every design decision. Now, we want to hear these echoes that our users have and build out the next versions. What are we actually doing in the product roadmap? We want to use this to deepen our moat. So we are enhancing the data sets that we have. We will embed all the environmental product declaration data sets available right now, but where we are making a change is actually hearing to the suppliers that are making these sustainable materials. Like Liza said, we had a major partnership just last week with BlueScope, and we are embedding more of these material manufacturer databases right in. We are integrating across multiple platforms. So right now, we look at competition phases, but we want to stay with the architects and help them decarbonize throughout the design process, be it competition, concept, schematic, all the way up to construction. And we also want the architects to understand the trade-offs between embodied carbon, but also operational carbon and cost, because we know that these are very important factors for any design process. Ultimately, our goal is to have an integrated AI platform that provides real-time guidance to architects for the most cost-effective emission reduction strategies. And now Alex will tell you how we'll do that.
Thanks, Kritika. As Kritika has already explained, we're integrated into architects' design processes in the competition phase. As we build out our integrations across all the different design components, we'll have the data that is already being manually processed in order to create these sustainability reports and services. And so rather than having to download and export that data and manage it manually, we're able to produce these reports automatically for building permitting, sustainability certification, and ESG reporting. Because these services are so complicated, that can cost anywhere from $75,000 to over $150,000, depending on the complexity of a commercial real estate project. And we can automate that. Our solution also generates substantial value for real estate developers. Replacing this confusing web of data flows, Pathways sits at the center between the architect, the engineer, the general contractor, and so as decisions are made and changes are made, that information flows automatically. That cuts out those 3 to 4 week iterations that Kritika described, saving 1 to 3, maybe even more months in the development of a project, meaning that a real estate developer gets a productive asset sooner. But it's not just that they get a revenue generating asset sooner, it also reduces the cost of actually producing it, because they are able to save on the time that it takes the different professional services firms to perform these analyses. And perhaps most critically, it realizes real carbon reduction, anywhere from 20 to 50% of the building's costs. Our platform is unique for its flexibility, its integration, and its ease of use. Existing carbon accounting platforms today can't handle the complexity of embodied carbon in the built environment. They focus on easier to measure supply chains. The legacy sustainability consultants are the drivers of these costs and these time. They're attempting to make innovations in software, but they lack the flexibility and the integrations that Pathways currently has across these different tools. Finally, industry players are trying to create some new solutions. CovTool, for example, is an example, but they have a separate web platform. You have to navigate between the actual design tool that you're using to actually be able to measure it. We integrate directly in. Other solutions like EHDD and TallyCat are run by nonprofits. They're attempting to make an impact, but they don't have the support and the resourcing needed to really support architects and developers through the building process. Let me explain a little bit about how we actually go to market. Today, the real estate developer, say Boston Properties, a firm we were speaking with last week, will decide that they want to build a green, sustainable building. They'll issue what's called a tender, or an RFP, asking for professional services firms to explain how they're going to design and actually build that building. An architect will then go through and design an initial competition concept. That's what Pathways helps them with right now. And then they'll identify sustainability services and engineers to actually build out the full schematics once they win and submit that as a bid. We already are partnering with these architects in the design phase. It's a natural opportunity for us to now go and provide the full suite of sustainability services that they're already finding someone else provide. We're easier to work with and we're faster. And it creates real revenue opportunity as well. As we described, these projects can cost over $75,000 per project. And leading architecture firms are doing over 100 projects a year. Because we don't have to go out and be a part of the bid process every time, we're integrated directly into those flows. It actually represents recurring revenue opportunities, giving us a pathway to see over hundreds of millions in annual revenue. Now, we're building a platform that we think can scale and manage all of the complexity of sustainability services. But we also recognize that there is a lot of activities in the space as legacy partners or legacy players are looking to identify and keep up with some of the new innovation. Autodesk recently acquired Innovyze for over $1 billion, but there's been some quicker exits as well. Firms as diverse as Ramble, Accenture, and Procore have all acquired sustainability or climate-focused software products in this space. And we're the right team to tackle this problem. LICE, as you know, has advised heavy industrial and investors on commercial and regulatory strategies, and then has helped scale social venture. Kritika is an architect who's experienced this problem firsthand and has innovative ideas on how to make this an easier problem to solve. And I've spent my career building and scaling venture-backed startups. I led real estate strategy at Clutter, a fifth wall-backed company, and felt firsthand the challenge as a customer trying to stand up a new facility and navigating all the headache of those regulatory processes. We're also backed by advisors who are leaders in the sustainability and real estate space who can help us build the right products, as well as investors and entrepreneurs who've invested and scaled real estate-focused ventures. How have we gotten to where we are today? Frankly, good old-fashioned entrepreneurial grit. But we're excited by the momentum that we have, and that's why we've just kicked off our $1.2 million pre-seed fundraise. We already have $200,000 committed, and we're looking forward to partnering with you in building a decarbonized world. Thank you.
All right, let's open it up to questions. We'll start up over here, up on my right. And keep your hands up on this side if you want to ask a question.
So through the 25 to 50% carbon reduction that you're doing for your customers, can you help them get verification as carbon credits for that and get a share of that and monetize another channel of making money?
Yeah, so we've been speaking with a company that does that, and we're really interested in our solution in terms of the opportunities for that path to revenue. For now, we've stayed more focused on the kind of more direct revenue paths we see, whether that be from kind of the supplier relationships we've established with BlueScope. We're very interested in what does it look like if suppliers are able to push products through a platform, but really directly, that real estate developers are already paying for this today and are interested in faster solutions, and that's a more direct path to revenue for us. But absolutely something we're interested in.
Let's go to Rakesh, and then we'll go to Barbara.
Could you tell us more about how you built the prototype, I guess you would call it, or the early beta? I think you said there were 5 partners that it sounded like helped you build that, and as a largely a software company, how you'll scale your software development operation?
Sure, I can take that. So before coming to Harvard, I was working as a sustainability specialist in an architecture firm in Denmark, the epitome of sustainable construction. And within there, I realized that even they don't understand how to bring these different data sets together. So the iteration of this prototype started there. And once I came to Harvard and met our team, we built out the prototype in collaboration with these design partners. So they were actively involved in giving us feedback on what to include, what needs they're hearing from the industry. And that's how we built out the initial prototype, and just to test our traction and actually see that this helps these architects reach their goals. In the next versions, we are actively engaged with these partners, but as well as some other partners who are helping us understand how do we integrate across different design stages, not just that early stages that we were originally focused on.
Barbara.
Hi, really great presentation. So can you describe, I guess, your secret sauce in terms of, it sounds like you have a matching algorithm and you somehow scrape the participants in your ecosystem, and on a objective basis, a client can pick or choose one of the members of the ecosystem, a shareholder. Do you curate that? Are you agnostic? Do you favor any of the suppliers?
So today, we do it based on the environmental product declaration that we're pulling from these big databases, which means the supplier needs to go through a process of getting validated for that environmental product declaration. That's what makes it kind of a solid data set. And from an algorithm perspective, that's what we are basing our suggestions and predictions on. What we are exploring right now with the industry partners is what information is not already being captured in the environmental product declarations, and how could you potentially push some of those products. But that's not something we had in our first product. But it's something we're exploring now, particularly with those manufacturing partners that have very strong incentives and are developing products that are performing better, have lower environmental impact, but are struggling to get that marketing across because they're not integrated in platforms.
Just to quickly add on top of that, EC3, which is one of the databases that we are partnered with right now, have different methods of doing it. They have an average product value, like across different types of concrete used for a specific purpose, but they also have very specific manufacturer related value. So our product can tell it, okay, if we are looking at, let's say, a very concrete build as usual structure, maybe if you look at a hybrid timber structure, you can have more savings. So right now it's very, very basic intuition, but in the next stages we want to expand that.
We'll go to Gotham, then the back, and then to Aziz.
I wanted to ask you specifically about your go-to-market strategy. You had a slide that showed, I think, 2024, $1 million of revenue. So specifically, how do you get to that million, pricing, and how many customers, and how do you go about doing that? Thank you.
Yeah, so for that analysis, we assumed a sort of conservative low. Let me actually take a step back. We're not intending to compete on price. We're intending to compete on speed, efficiency, and quality. So when we provide these services, we're expecting to price them close to the market as they are currently priced in the market to date. But because we're able to save developers time, and because we're able to save sort of processes time, we're able to work on that more quickly.
So here it says eight customers for $1 million. Is that correct?
Yeah, and it's rounded, obviously. So 8 projects would be just over $600,000 or whatever. Yeah, and so rounded up. But the belief is basically 8 projects, $75,000 in revenue per project. Am I doing that math right?
Are we going to go to the back?
Thank you. So a common question that investors will usually ask is this a feature or a product? And there are a few platforms that you mentioned that you're able to integrate with. So from the perspective of, say, an engineering manager or a product manager at those large platforms, how long do you think it would take for a staffed team to build a competitive feature on those platforms? And another way to answer that is, are there relative complexities that would discourage that platform from doing that and would rather just partner up with you?
Yeah. So what we're seeing now is that because a building project moves from different platforms, i.e. an architect won't be using one tool from the beginning of the process throughout, one of the big advantages is actually being able to move that data across those different products. So let's say you have Revit, which is kind of in the middle of this design tool. They're building out some very basic embodied carbon features. But we're still seeing a big appetite for something that is integrated, not just in Revit, which is in the middle of that phase, but integrates across the different stages. So even if the individual tools are building out some of these features, it doesn't at the core compete with it, because you need to track that embodied carbon from the early design stage all the way through to construction. And that's something that none of those existing platforms are able to do.
Let's go to Aziz in the middle.
Hey, I like Rakesh's question so much, I'm going to ask it again. So I think about you guys as like a vertically focused SaaS company. You know, there's some regulatory risk on the front end, assuming the US catches up to Europe, but like at the end of the day, this is vertically focused SaaS. And so when I'm looking at your talent slide, I guess my 2 questions are, like, who's running sales and who's running engineering?
Yeah, maybe I could take the first crack there. So Kritika is our Chief Product Officer. She built the first tool with a small team of support, and hands on keyboard can do the code. Obviously, as we think about actually scaling this, we're going to, one of our first hires after our pre-seed will be a director of engineering who can really think about how do we build this back end in a comprehensive ways that can work across that. The first sales team for now is the other 2 of us. But as we're thinking, again, as we scale, we recognize this is a it's a B2B relationship-driven industry. And so again, one of our first, whether it's a hire or an advisor who really understands the space, that's going to be a really critical talent piece that we're going to need as we go out and actually go from being a great product that is appreciated and used by architects to actually having those signed LOIs and then contracts with real estate developers.
Let's go to May.
Hi. Excellent presentation. And maybe I didn't hear the explanation, but you said you're software also gets the licenses that are required throughout the process?
So
it applies on behalf of the architect to the city or whoever?
Yeah, sorry. So to clarify, the software today is the product that integrates with the architect's design. In our next iterations of the product, we will also be producing the reports and managing the submission process for the real estate developers. Now, whether that's managed by software, it's probably not software to start. It might still be a manual service that's managed by Pathways, but software enabled until sort of the last steps.
So the software that you're envisioning and you're describing is not really there yet? Is that what you said by our AI?
Right, that's their product roadmap.
AI.
Exactly.
And when we talk about our vision in terms of an AI that's able to most cost efficiently trade off emission and cost with predictive analytics, that's our vision. That's where we're working towards. We have the data as the only player right now because we're integrated with the architects, which gives us that unique advantage of moving on this. But it's of course a process of getting there.
All right, big round of applause for Pathways. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to get going. Please go back to your seats. I tried. All right, please give a warm welcome for Boston Quantum from MIT.
Hi everyone, my name is Shantanu. And my name is Gabriel. And we're here to tell you about Boston Quantum. Boston Quantum aims to disrupt the financial industry with enterprise software leveraging the speed and scalability of quantum computing. To do so, we've assembled this talented team with deep technical and business expertise. I'm an MIT quantum computing PhD student. I've worked as a software engineer at Meta. Gabriel is an MIT Sloan MBA student. He's worked as a consultant at McKinsey and in financial institutions such as Credit Suisse. Shomik is an MIT quantum computing PhD student who's worked at the likes of Rigetti and AWS. Diliara has deep scientific expertise as an MIT chemistry PhD student. And Merchan has worked as a portfolio manager at Goldman Sachs and is an MIT Sloan MBA student. We have some awesome interns, and we have an incredible set of advisors who have worked on hedge funds, starting up their own hedge funds as serial entrepreneurs, in tech IP law, in IT management, and in the crypto space. Moreover, we have 16 years of experience in building up quantum hardware and software. This is what the inside of a quantum computer looks like. And these are some of the coolest places in the world to work. Literally, they're like 100 times colder than outer space. And moreover, they leverage the most fundamental nature of the universe, quantum mechanics, to solve highly complex problems. And we are interested in highly complex problems in the financial industry. So we leverage this cutting-edge technology, quantum computing, to process optimization problems in a much faster and more scalable way. And to illustrate this, we show the runtime scaling of a classical algorithm. And you can see this quickly gets out of hand as the problem size scales, such as the number of variables or the data. The equivalent quantum or quantum-inspired algorithm, however, remains fast even as this problem size scales. And so, we're on the technical side, we're a team of quantum hardware engineers and software engineers, and so we're intimately aware of how tied business applications are to the state of the hardware. And so we have identified areas for near-term business impact. In particular, we're focused in quantum-inspired optimization using algorithms with quantum concepts run on classical high-performance hardware such as GPUs, TPUs, and FPGAs in the space of multi-currency arbitrage. And we're also using actual quantum hardware in the quantum machine learning space for problems such as fraud detection. Moreover, we're excited about the landscape of quantum computing applications in the financial industry in problems such as derivative pricing and new cryptographic techniques.
So let's deep dive now on our currency arbitrage solution. An arbitrage is usually defined as a low-risk, profitable operation. In currency, this happens when two or more prices come to a point that you can perform a circular trade and gain profit from it. On this example, we have US dollar and euro. We don't have an arbitrage here, but if we change the prices a little bit, we can see that if we put $1 US, trade to euro, and go back to US dollar, we can make 9.6 basis points of arbitrage opportunity of profit. But in reality, things are not that simple. In practice, you have tens of currencies, hundreds of prices, changing every second or even every millisecond. And what banks do, they track pairs of currency in real time and establish their robots to execute the trades when opportunity appears. So in this example, they can track US dollar to Canadian dollar to euro. But that's where we see great opportunity. When we track the whole system, we can find with the exact same prices opportunities among a lot of currencies, between multiple currencies. So with the exact same prices in this example, we can go from US dollar to Canadian dollar to euro to Australian dollar to Norwegian krone, back to US dollar, and get 6 basis points on a quick profit, on a quick operation, when with only two currencies, we weren't looking at these opportunities. But why aren't banks doing that? Or why aren't other institutions doing that? The main challenge is what we call the window of opportunity. The banks need to do the data gathering, the arbitrage detection, and the trading execution before the prices change and the opportunity goes away. And every single one of those 100 prices changes every second and every millisecond. When they are doing with 2 or 3 currencies, that's easy. But when they try to increase to 10 currencies, for example, the time to calculate the opportunity and to find the opportunity is much larger than these milliseconds that they have of window of opportunity. And that's where our quantum-inspired solution comes. We have tested our proprietary solution with 5, 10, and even 15 currencies. And we can see that the time to find the opportunities scale up very well with the number of currencies. So even if we work with 10 currencies, we can find the opportunity inside the window of opportunity of 500 milliseconds. When we compare with traditional classical solutions, they work very well with 2 or 3 currencies. But when they try to expand to 10 currencies, they will take tens of seconds or even a minute to execute the calculations, so they wouldn't be able to execute the arbitrage opportunity. It's important to note that this solution that we are testing on classical hardware with our quantum concepts algorithm. So we already can deliver value now, and when we shift to the quantum hardware, we'll be able to expand this impact even further. We tested this proprietary tool in Bloomberg historical prices in 2023, and we found out more than 17,000 arbitrage opportunities in a sample week. These are only incremental opportunities. So these are only opportunities with 3 or more currency trades. So these are only the opportunities that the usual robots cannot track. These 17,000 opportunities has an average of 8 basis points of profit, which would lead to more than $10 million of net profit to a middle-sized bank, which would be one of our clients. But how this operation works? In practice, the FX market is very decentralized. There are a lot of market makers who are the counterparties, streaming a lot of prices to our clients. These are our clients. So our tool gives unique and personalized recommendation for each client to trade on their specific arbitrage opportunities. But of course, we know that if every trader in the world start trading with us, they will start to compete for the same opportunities, and the arbitrage will start to decrease. We know that this is a finite pool, but this is a very large pool. We calculated more than $10 billion of potential profit opportunity in multi-currency arbitrage. This is equivalent of us getting 50 or 60 clients before they started to compete with each other or decrease the arbitrage opportunity. Moreover, when we get closer to this $10 billion, to the edge of this pool, let's say, we have a lot of other instruments to test, such as currency arbitrage, derivatives, commodities, or other instruments to calculate the arbitrage opportunity. Our business model is profit share. So from this $10 billion, we aim to capture $2 billion, which would be our obtainable market only in multi-currency arbitrage. Broadly speaking, we see a lot of tech companies and consulting firms stating that the quantum computing value at stake in finance is $100 billion. So it's pretty clear for us that the currency arbitrage is just a slice of this big pie.
So how do we actually obtain this $2 billion obtainable market? We've packaged our proprietary solution into a software-as-a-service product that can seamlessly integrate into our clients' existing infrastructure. And so we build on top of existing quantum computers, quantum computing hardware, and high-performance classical hardware, such as GPUs, TPUs, and FPGAs. And then we expose our proprietary solution through an API, such as a REST API or a fixed API, depending on the client. And we seamlessly integrate into the client's data streaming infrastructure as well as their trade execution infrastructure. And I should note that this proprietary solution we've developed leverages the deep and unique expertise that our team has developed over our combined 16 years in this field of quantum computing. And not just quantum computing, a very specific kind of quantum computing called bosonic quantum computing, which very few people in the world have expertise in. And in doing so, what we do is we map these complex graph theory problems to systems of coupled oscillator networks, which we simulate using high-performance classical hardware today, and later on plan to use quantum hardware for. And again, this is our unique differentiator. This is not something we see replicated by financial institutions. Moreover, all this intellectual property is completely owned by Boston Quantum. And as compared to our competitors, Boston Quantum uniquely targets investment banks, hedge funds, and asset managers in North America and in Latin America. Moreover, we are the only quantum computing software as a service company with the solution to multi-currency arbitrage.
Talking a little bit about the financials, being a software company with a profit share business model can be a very profitable operation. On this chart, you can see the profitability of one client in full operations. With one middle-sized bank, we can get $3.7 million of revenue with $2.5 million of gross profit, leading to 67% of gross margin. Of course, our main line of cost would be the hardware cost, mostly classical but also quantum hardware costs, that would add up to 30% of our revenue. Expanding this projection a little bit further, by 2028, we aim to have 40 equivalent clients. And when we say equivalent clients, it's because we can either increase the number of clients or increase the operations inside one client. For example, making more trades, making trades on more currencies, or even with more products inside our soft suite. With these 40 equivalent clients, we can get $150 million of revenue in 5 years, with an EBIT margin of 48%. Our main fixed cost here would be personnel, especially software engineers and developers.
So how do we actually get these clients? Well, Boston Quantum works hard to continuously increase our visibility to these clients through distinguished accelerators and programs. We're proud to have recently been named a graduate of the Creative Destruction Lab Quantum Accelerator, a program that has produced over 25% of the quantum computing companies in the world, as well as the MIT Delta V Accelerator, which we're proud to participate in this summer. And we're also proud to be supported by all these other amazing programs. Moreover, we love participating in awesome pitch competitions such as this one. We were named 3rd place out of over 1,000 startups in the AWS University Startup Pitch Competition. We were named a finalist in the MIT 100K Pitch Competition and 2nd place in the MIT FinTech Ventures Competition. And perhaps most importantly, we remain steadfast in our customer discovery. You know, we've talked to over 85 different financial institutions. This was also to gauge the market, and we were trying to figure out where is our beachhead market, and we saw an appetite for this arbitrage detection product that we're building out today. And we have sent out 8 partnership proposals, and we've already onboarded 3 clients. We are working with these 3 clients in the FX and crypto space, and we plan to deploy our product by July 2023. We've done the hard work. We've built the algorithms, we've built the infrastructure, and now we're excited to deploy by July 2023. And moreover, we're excited to profit share with these clients by the end of the summer. And again, we profit share to align incentives with our clients, but also to increase our obtainable market and to really align incentives with these clients. Today, we're looking for $2 million to scale our product for these first clients. $1 million of which will be used for hardware costs, high performance classical computing costs, as well as quantum costs. $500,000 which will be used to support our co-founder team full-time, and $500,000 which will be used to expand our team with more software engineers and business development people. We talked a lot about currency arbitrage today, but what we're building here is a versatile arbitrage detector which can be applied to different markets with mispriced financial instruments. Moreover, what we've built here is a powerful solver, a powerful optimizer, which can be applied to interesting problems such as portfolio optimization and liquidity and risk optimization. And we're very excited about these longer-term applications such as fraud detection and derivative pricing. And to support this growth, we both see the quantum hardware landscape increasing alongside these applications as we use more and more of this quantum hardware. Moreover, we're looking for a first round of $2 million now, and a second round of $30 million by the end of 2025. And our exit strategy by the end of 2028 is one of merger and acquisition. And moreover, I should say that this growth will be supported not only by the funding from these rounds, but also by the profit sharing with these clients. So in the 1970s, we saw this scientific disruption with new theories such as black scholes. In the 2000s, we saw this information disruption with classical computing and data for scalable solutions. And now we're at the cusp of this quantum computing disruption, where quantum algorithms and hardware can be used in real time for highly complex solutions. And our vision is to become the leader of the quantum computing revolution in the financial services industry. Thank you so much for the time. Thank you so much for including this in this awesome community. And if you're interested in working with us, please scan this QR code.
All right, let's go right in the front. We'll go to Eric.
Thanks, guys. Great presentation. You know, quantum computers work so in a totally different way from a classical computer. Programming them is so much different. I'd love to hear the story about how the work that you've done and the way that you have to think about programming a quantum computer led to the inspiration for you to be able to create an algorithm that can work on a classical system that can give you that much better performance than anything anyone has ever done in a classical system before. So what was that inspiration, and how did that translate into the regular classical computing world?
You're absolutely right. It's a different way of thinking. It's a way of thinking that we've been thinking about every day for a collective 16 years, right? And in particular, we work with these systems of quantum harmonic oscillators on a day-to-day basis. These are the types of systems that we build in lab. That's the system that you saw, in that picture at the beginning of the slide. And we found a way to map these really interesting problems in currency arbitrage to a framework that is compatible with simulations that we've been doing in our research already. Moreover, I should say these quantum-inspired algorithms, they provide a bridge to using quantum hardware in the near future. So it's very exciting, the potential that we've already seen with these quantum-inspired algorithms on high-performance classical hardware today, but we're also very excited about using these similar ideas on actual systems of quantum harmonic oscillators in the future.
All right, we'll go to Dane, and then Rakesh, and then Mitra.
Hey, I saw you guys had a budget for the quantum hardware work in this first $2 million. Can you talk more about how much of the $2 million would go towards quantum hardware work, and what do you hope to accomplish there?
Sure. Yeah, so most of our operating costs will honestly be spent on the classical hardware. We think we have these promising quantum-inspired algorithms, but at the same time, we want to maintain an edge, right? We want to be at the edge of this industry, and so we've already built these relationships with quantum hardware providers such as D-Wave, for example, for quantum annealing. We've already built these relationships as people who have worked in this industry over these many years with quantum hardware providers. I would say, our operating costs are majority classical hardware, but it would be like an 80-20% split on the quantum hardware side because we want to maintain this edge.
Rakesh.
I feel like maybe all three of us are asking similar questions. I'm not an expert in quantum computing. I'm probably not even a beginner in quantum computing. Could you put a finer point on, maybe unpack the quantum hardware piece? You talked about, the 80-20 allocation. What is ready right now in terms of quantum hardware to solve this particular problem that you're talking about? And you showed, and if the quantum hardware is not ready, but these quantum-inspired algorithms that run on traditional computing hardware are ready, could you just make clear whether that performance curve that you showed is possible right now with traditional hardware?
Yeah, I would
so
say
there's a lot in there.
Yeah.
So,
starting by the last question, all these experiments that we've done were in classical hardware with the quantum-inspired algorithm. So this speed up that we got on this case was with quantum-inspired algorithm on classical GPUs. So this is attainable now on our current clients. Talking about the quantum hardware, our roadmap to start using full quantum hardware is in 1 or 2 years. So we expect that next year we'll have a lot of research on the quantum hardware. We see that there is quantum hardware that we can already use for commercial applications. It's specific hardware, for example, the annealing hardwares for specific problems. But we can see that our roadmaps for next year start using the quantum hardware for commercial application, and in 2 or 3 years using only quantum hardware in our products as the main hardware of the products.
And to add on to what Gabriel is saying, to give you an idea of what the landscape looks like, these quantum annealers, which are just built for optimization, right? Just for optimization, they can't do everything. They have on the order of 5,000 qubits. What does that mean here? It means 5,000 prices, right? So just to give you an idea of scale, right? The reason why we're not using quantum annealers today is because of latency. Because of latency of going to a quantum computer that's in Canada and then back, right, to our partner. However, there are some lower latency problems that are very interesting, such as portfolio optimization and liquidity and risk optimization. And we've already been testing these quantum annealers and other hardware for these problems. And it's very promising.
We're going to go Mitra, and then in the middle. Mitra, to your left.
Thank you. Okay, so great job. Obviously, the value is in how you stack up against competition. Can you give us a lot more light on how you stack up in terms of your alpha versus your competition, and really give us some detail on what that looks like?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as compared to these other quantum software companies, first of all, we are uniquely working in this multi-currency arbitrage space. We're the only software company working in this space and rolling out a product in this space. From the technology point of view, we are the Okay. Yeah, so I mean, in terms of basis points, no one else is looking at this kind of arbitrage. So that comparison is a little bit harder, but in terms of, I would say in this space, our largest competitors are actually, what are financial institutions doing today, right? They're looking at currency arbitrage with 2 currencies or 3 currencies. And in these backtests, what we find is when we ran our optimizer, which finds the highest profit opportunity, it never returned the opportunity with just 2 currencies, not even with 3.
Yeah, I would say that compared to the classical solutions that try to do this today, they have at least 10 times less opportunity in volume, and their average profit is around 1 to 2 basis points when we look at the best 2 currencies arbitrage that we can see. So compared to the classical ones, that's a huge advantage. Compared to the classical software companies, they don't do this right now, so we don't have actually a benchmark on this.
This is all incremental, yeah.
On the arbitrage application you're talking about, given the compute rates and the data speeds of a quantum computer, does it require another quantum computer on the other end of that deal to make it work, and does that therefore limit your market?
Yeah, that's a great question. Today, with our clients, we're rolling out these quantum-inspired solutions with high-performance classical hardware. And so these use GPUs and TPUs and FPGAs that already exist on places like AWS, but also in our clients' data centers. So in that sense, yeah, latency is extremely important to this. And we are using the most cutting-edge infrastructure, both on the FX and the crypto side. To make this happen.
We're going to go in the back, then we'll go to Brad, and then we'll go to John.
Just to add on that, the client never needs the quantum hardware. Just to be clear, it's always on our side, and we make the interface with the quantum hardware, but the client never needs the quantum computer itself.
Can you clarify the client? Are you talking about quantum qualified engineers at the banks, or are you providing a front end that's actually facilitated for any trader or hedge fund guy to use?
Sorry, are you asking if the client has quantum engineers to support
some
the
of the
trade?
quantum applications are sophisticated enough where it requires engineers to use your product, versus very few are actually producing a product where an average trader can, the front end is very simple for them.
That's a great question. Actually, for the trader, the solution is like a classical solution like any other. It's an API that will give him or her the trades that they need to execute to capture the arbitrage opportunity. On the back end, on the code of the algorithm and on the hardware, we are using the quantum one, but on the interface, it's just like any other application.
Yeah, and specifically, no, they don't need any quantum computing knowledge at all. The clients we're working with right now, they don't have any quantum computing knowledge.
Since I have absolutely no understanding whatsoever of the quantum-inspired algorithm that you're working on, I want to get down to something that I do understand. Okay. When you are going to sell this, most SaaS companies set up an interview with the client. You go online, you set up your API. You sit there in front of it, you work it. You would have the trader in front of them. They would say, yes, I can see the speed of this trade, and they would ask you to run do a trade right now for me. Can you do that right now?
That's what we're trying to do. I mean, that's what we're already doing right now with these clients, but we're trying to do real time with these clients by July.
Yeah. Well, let's go to John.
Yeah, I saw your presentation. I guess yesterday I just figured out. So why isn't there a bigger opportunity to take this quantum-inspired technology and license it out to a big software company who can then in turn sell it to Fortune 500 companies? Why isn't that the real option as opposed to 8 basis points?
We, just to see if I understood, to partnership with a big software company to roll out.
Sounds like the business model.
Yeah, like a business model. Yeah, we actually have this option in our pipeline. We are just we are doing the direct to the company's model now to test the product and to see our scale up and to test the infrastructure. We depend a lot on the infrastructure of the clients, so we need to match our infrastructure with the client, what the clients would need. But that's totally an option for us on the future.
It's definitely an option. I would say, you know, doing that definitely requires a different set of work. And right now, we're very excited about working with these financial institutions directly and profit sharing with them. I think that's an important point to emphasize, that our obtainable market isn't just a subscription fee, it's profit sharing with the capital that these financial institutions deploy behind our algorithms. And so that's really enticing to us.
And with that, we're on time. Thank you, Boston Quantum.
Thank you.
And if we could have Atma Leather. All right, we are now, hello Alex. We're now about to have our 7th finalist present, but in typical Brad Burke fashion. Tonight, the teams, please be at the Hilton Americas downtown at 5 o'clock to start setting up your booths. For all the judges, please be there at 6 o'clock to go see the teams and go by the showcase. Remember to give your tickets, which is the Embarshi Beshitas Award, to your favorite startup. And after we're done, please submit your votes, 1 through 7 for the startups using the app so we could tally those results. If you're sponsoring a prize, you have the instructions, but please send the mail to Brad, Rosalind, and Catherine, letting them know so they could put all the information on the oversized checks. I think I covered everything. So what time are we supposed to be at the showcase tonight? 6 o'clock, all right. And without further ado, Atma Leather from Yale University.
Hi everybody, I'm Janali and this is Maggie, and we're excited to be presenting Atma Leather to you all. We are a material science company that is changing our everyday materials, and we want to do that by showing you our first product, Banofi Leather. So before I begin, I want to tell you a little bit about myself. So I come from a chemistry background. I then worked at McKinsey for 3 years, and I came back to grad school to study sustainability to change our everyday materials. And this is what we do with Banofi Leather. We've created the material for the future, materials that will make you go bananas. So what are we really doing? We've developed a novel technology to convert banana crop waste, which is what you see on the left. This is the part of the tree that is left after the fruit has been harvested. And we convert this material into what you see on the right, our banana fiber leather, Banofi. And we're the first and only company in the world to do this. So why are we really doing this? The environmental impact of the leather industry is awful. 1 cow leather handbag requires 10,000 liters of water to produce, and the carbon equivalent of charging 18,000 smartphones. But emissions is just one part of the problem. In fact, 90% of leather is tanned using toxic carcinogens like chromium that are then deposited untreated into rivers. In India, chromium levels in rivers are 300 times permissible limits. And the worst exposure is for the 2.5 million tannery workers that are highly disposed to cancers because of this material. In comparison, Banofi Leather has a 95% reduction in carbon emissions, a 90% reduction in water use, and a 100% reduction in toxic waste. So how are we doing this? We are tapping into the opportunity that is the 100 million tons of banana crop waste available in India. 80% of this plant by weight is wasted every harvest, and less than 10% of this waste is utilized. So we utilize this waste to create Banofi Leather. So we've had some samples be passed around. They look, feel, and smell like animal leather. They're vegan and cruelty-free, upcycle waste, and are available in a variety of colors and textures. We've also filed a provisional patent last August, and we're in the process of submitting 3 patents this May. Banofi not only has an environmental impact, but also a social one. We partner with low-income farmers, and we boost household incomes by about 30%. So our process starts with taking these banana trees from the farm. We then extract the fibers and convert this material into a pulp-like mixture. This material is then combined, so it's about 60% banana crop waste, and the other 40% is a proprietary blend of 40 other materials, and this material together creates a composite mixture. We then combine this with a backing that creates our material. The top layer is sprayed with colors, paints, lacquers, and other coating materials. We've done extensive testing on our materials, so physical testing around tensile, tear, abrasion, chemical testing to validate that this material is toxic chemical free, aging testing to validate durability, as well as we've been certified by PETA as a vegan material. I'm now going to pass it on to Maggie, who's going to talk about our traction.
Thanks, Janali. As Janali has demonstrated for everyone, there has been an incredible amount of expertise and attention that has gone into developing our product. And we're now ready to start piloting our product by making leather goods such as handbags and wallets. We've actually started to begin piloting with global boutiques, over 30 of them across the world. These partnerships are essential for us because they allow us to understand the key attributes that companies are looking for when they're judging the performance of our material. Some of the products that you can see on the screen have already begun being trialed by our key partners. The bags that Janali is passing out that you've seen us carrying all week are actually Banoffee leather, and we've been using them for a year now. We've also started to venture into hard leather goods such as notebooks and journals. And we had our first order come from our school, Yale University, this year. I'm also so excited to share with you that in 1 month, Banoffee is going to be available in the market because one of our key partner brands, Rushki, is going to begin to ship pre-orders of their first plant-based leather collection they're releasing using our materials. So this is all well and good. I've been talking a lot about small boutiques that we could enter, but I'm sure you're imagining what the big scale opportunity is. And I'm here to tell you that it's tremendous. Growing consumer pressure has started to move many industries away from animal-based materials into plant-based materials. The fur industry has already transitioned. The dairy industry is transitioning, and the leather industry is ready for a transition. The total addressable market for the leather industry is currently valued at $400 billion. 10% of that is synthetic leathers. Synthetic leathers are currently being used by fashion and apparel brands and marketed as vegan leather. And yes, while they are vegan insofar as there's no animal product used to create them, they aren't necessarily more sustainable because they're nearly 100% plastic. A growing consumer sentiment towards more traceability and transparency and more education is calling brands out for greenwashing, and brands have realized they need to move away from these plastic materials towards biomaterials, which is where we come in. The bio-leather industry is valued at approximately $1 billion today and is expected to grow to $24 billion by 2027. So who are some of these other key players in this industry? You know about us, Banoffee leather, but some of the other materials are made out of the following. There's cultural animal cell product, bacterial cellulose product, and lab-grown mycelium. All of these are high quality materials and can compete in that sense. They also can compete in terms of sustainable advantages. However, many of these products are very research and development intensive. Most of these companies have been working for 5 to 10 years to develop their product with huge capital expenditures to do so, but still have not released a product in the market yet. We've been able to do our R&D and release a product in 2 years' time. I'd like to focus in on the price now because that's where our main advantage lies. Because we source our feedstock from abundant waste material and it's locally sourced, we're able to have a lower raw material cost than many of our competitors. This low raw material cost allows us to price our product at the same level that many of the animal-based leathers that our competitors are using today are. So there will be no sticker shock when our customers see Banoffee leather. So we have a big opportunity and a huge market size, but where do we begin? We've identified the mid-market fashion apparel and retailers as our target audience. They're currently valued at $260 billion, and that's their share of the total leather market. Bags and apparel accounts for $80 billion of that. We've already entered that space, and our next phase is shoes for a $180 billion market share. The future target markets that we'd like to focus in on, and we've really honed in our R&D to get to these markets, are the luxury fashion and apparel players, furniture, and the automotive industry. So why would a company work with Banoffee? I feel like I'm well positioned to answer this question because prior to going to grad school, I actually was a designer in the fashion apparel space. My first gig was designing handbags such as that one for a leather goods brand that is one of those mid-market players. And as a designer, I really wanted to create more sustainable materials. But I had the biggest challenge trying to find fabrics that weren't cost prohibitive or quantity prohibitive. Because of our processes, we're able to offer lower MOQs to our client at accessible pricing. We have a 50-unit minimum order quantity, whereas many other companies would need 5,000 meters in order to place an order. Additionally, our best value add, there's no switching cost. Our Banofi leather can plug right into the value chain of many of our clients. It has the exact same cut and sew process as many animal leathers have, and so no additional investment would need to be necessary for our customers to use our product. Additionally, we help our clients achieve their climate goals because we have a lower carbon impact than animal-based leathers do. And finally, we have a great brand story. Not only can we help our customers reach their environmental goals, but we're also unique in our space that we have a social impact because we care about uplifting the local agriculture and farming community in the area that we source our product from. So we feel really strongly that this is an excellent opportunity that we will have success in because it is not unheard of. Major fashion houses and automotive companies are beginning to use bio-leathers already. We've started conversations with many of the companies that you see up on the screen right now, and we've learned what their needs are so we can ensure that we're creating the best product possible. I'd like to pass it back to Janali so she can tell you about how we've been able to achieve so much success in such a short amount of time.
Thank you. So we began 2 years ago. Last year, we won a grant, about $50,000, that allowed us to go back to India and set up our pilot facility. So we are currently operating from our own space. We've bought our own machines. We figured out the supply chain for banana crop waste in India, and we have an incredible team that includes material scientists, polymer scientists, leather technicians. We've also collaborated with leading universities. The Central Leather Research Institute, the largest leather research institute in the world, has helped us develop this process along with leading US universities. This patent and process is entirely created by Atma Leather. And so in July to December, when we started active prototyping, is when we filed our provisional patent and began to get feedback from brands about this material. In December, we received our first order for notebooks, and we got incubated by the Ministry of Agriculture for our work with low-income farmers. In April this year, I'm excited to say we got our first 3 material orders with some of these smaller boutiques. We've received interest from a top 3 automotive player, 2 major luxury fashion houses, and we're excited for where this is gonna go. So some milestones. We've won about $150,000 in grant money, and we've put in about $100,000 ourselves into this business, which is bootstrapped. In the last 3 months, we generated about $24,000 in sales. There are some notebooks here that we can pass around that show you what we sold. So we realized that there was a lot of lead time in fashion from the time we send samples to the time when it gets put into bags. And so we decided to create our own revenue stream. So we created these notebooks, sold them in and around college campuses, especially at Yale, to build traction for our product, build awareness, and test this material. Our ask is we are raising $2 million towards the end of this year. 50% of this would be spent on upgrading our current manufacturing setup. We want to build a larger scale factory. The other 50% would be spent on R&D to enter into additional markets like shoes and then over time furniture. So based on the revenue we've done so far, we believe we'll comfortably do about $80,000 this year. We expect our fundraise to help us really jump in 2025 with that additional capacity that will be up and running. And over time, we expect to be at $20 million in about 2027 across both bags and shoes. So what does this mean, and what percentage of the market is this? So 2028, just 0.01% of the leather industry, we can do about $40 million in sales, and we can save the carbon equivalent of about 3.6 million trees, as well as save the water consumption of 15 million people. So I'm Janali. I graduated this May from Yale. I moved back to India to do this full time, and I lead operations. And then Maggie is going to be here in the US handling sales, who comes from a fashion background. We also have an incredible team of 16 people in India, majority of whom have worked extensively in the animal leather industry. And so this is the expertise. We also have 60% women on our team. So I'm very excited to share what we're doing. Thank you, everybody, and thank you for this.
All right. Robert, let's start for Robert.
Used to So talk about scaling and how much capital you're gonna need, because that's one of my concerns is to do this, you're gonna take a lot of scaling. Now, India's a lower cost scenario, but it's the bodies, the people you need in the process of doing that. So talk and tie it to money you're gonna have to raise in the process.
So at $2 million, we would have, is our first raise at the end of this year. With that, we have capacity to generate annually $8 million worth of material. In 2025, we've projected $2 million, assuming 25% capacity utilization, getting our efficiency up, testing this out. And so by 2026, we think we can comfortably do $8 million. And then the following jump is with additional capacity. So for every $2 million we put in, that would be the jump.
Raise $8 million in 2026, is that what I just heard? Or I missed it?
No, sorry, $2 million now.
And that gets you to $8 million in revenue.
$8 million in revenue in terms of money.
What is your next raise and how far does that get you?
So the next raise would be, we're thinking that it's about 3x, so about $6 million, which would then give us the capacity of about $20 million in sales. Yeah.
I will go to my left and then to the right.
You mentioned that your competitors in other plant-based leathers compete in quality and sustainability. What's the main driver of their price point? What's preventing them from getting to the same price point that you are?
Yeah, absolutely. So majority of our competitors operate in very R&D heavy spaces. Majority of these companies have raised hundreds of millions of dollars to develop mycelium-based technology, genetic engineering of animal cells, cultured bacterial cellulose, which are all complicated technologies versus what we've used is a very abundant raw material and then created something that's a lot more based on local plant-based ingredients, local knowledge, leather technologists, and haven't gone the microbiology route. Yeah.
Wonderful story. I'm a biotech guy, and I'll urge you, don't say that your competitors are R&D intensive, just say their manufacturing costs are really high, right? Mammalian cell culture is a very expensive thing that's good for making monoclonal antibody drugs, but not for handbags, et cetera. I wanted to ask you about the other 40%. Will people attack your story because your other 40% has anything in it that will sound bad when your competitors start publicizing it?
Yeah, absolutely. So the other 40% includes plant-based ingredients like rubber, gum arabic, glycerol, but the part of our material that still requires R&D is paints, lacquers, antifungal coatings, water-resistant coatings, unfortunately, that are synthetic. What we have proven is even with this material, we reduce carbon emissions by over 90%. And so it is a much better alternative than what's out there. But yes, in every way possible, we are trying to make it to that 100%. Yeah.
Jeff.
How does your product compare on durability, abrasion resistance, stain, ability to resist stains compared to traditional leather products?
Yeah, so we've done extensive testing. We've cleared all industry standards on durability for handbags, which is the space that we want to be in initially. Over time, we do need improvement in durability to get into automotive, furniture, and other industries, but for handbags, we've met all industry standards that allow us to be having these conversations with some of the larger brands that we're talking to today.
Do you have a path to getting a more durable place?
Yes. So I guess the trade-off is the more synthetic material you add, the more durable it is. And so with bio-based ingredients, that's harder. And so we realized that to get there, we would have some sort of a blend. So we're working with our brands to understand what they would consider sustainable, how much of that blend would we target as a brand ourselves. Yeah.
I will go to the left and then up to the right.
I think you mentioned patents earlier. Like, who owns your patents?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. So Atma Leather owns the provisional patent, and we are filing 3 patents. So all the technology is developed in-house by us. We've leveraged some of the best experts in the world, but for very, very specific parts of this process and general advice that we've had to customize because nobody else is doing this. So, got a lot of questions.
Yeah, great presentation. Love the product. It seems very similar to PU leather, and wanted to know. I'm assuming that the binding, you're using less rubber or less binding agent in it than regular PU leather. Could you just go into a bit more about the difference between the two? Because I saw the cost was a factor of 2. It's twice as expensive, and wanted to know how you can justify that higher cost.
Yeah, absolutely. PU leather is the high-end plastic leather. So PVC is low-end, starts around $2-3 a meter, and then PU leather is high-end, $20 a meter. We don't have any PU in our material today. So we use different binders from that, and so our material is very different. PU leather, unfortunately, is branded as vegan leather, but as consumers become more and more aware and are criticizing fashion brands for calling this material vegan leather, which is plastic, there is just a shift and a need for real vegan alternatives. Yeah.
Great presentation. None of the products smell like bananas, so that's kind of good. I didn't really get a sense, or maybe I might have missed the slide, where you talk a little bit about margins. I don't know if you showed that. I couldn't get a sense of what your margins are off the revenue and how those margins scale. And specifically, like, just trying to understand, is it better to be, right now you're positioning yourself as a B2B company, and there's a question about maybe having your own brand, which would obviously have higher margins.
Yes.
So just get a sense of that. Thank you.
Absolutely. So on the material sales that we did last month at about $40 a meter, with even these small boutiques, we made about 40% margin. We realized over time, as we scale bulk volumes, that will increase significantly. We've also realized that the private label, we wanted revenue, we wanted proof of concept, and so we did these notebooks, which were about 60% margin, white label. We've realized B2B could be a great way for whether it's notebooks for corporates, small card holders that are branded with university names would be a great way to kind of be in between that direct to consumer versus B2B, just because of the long lead times it takes for fashion brands to adopt this.
What are the margins when you sell the fashion brands?
40%. 40%? Yes. Right now, it'll improve over time.
Yeah, in the middle.
Can you talk about the biodegradability of the product?
Yeah, so it's not 100% biodegradable today because of the paints, the lacquers, the coatings. It is an area that we want to work on, and we've made tremendous progress. We've got experts on our team who are working on that today. The focus is also to make our product 100% circular, which means as soon as it comes back, can it be recycled and converted into new material? The challenge with biodegradability is that the material is just less durable over time. Yeah.
I thought I saw on one of your slides, one of the benefits was reduction in scorpion bites or something. Are there are there other benefits here that you guys, I didn't really get, what are these other benefits maybe to the local community? I want to make sure I fully understood.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked, and it's nice to hear that people want to know about the local benefits as well. So because we work with a lot of smallholder farmers, crop waste is generally a problem, whether it's waterlogging, breeding of mosquitoes, insects, and so getting rid of this also solves a lot of challenges, and that's why we got incubated by the Ministry of Agriculture in India. We received a $30,000 grant from them because we're solving some of these other problems with the solution too. It also makes a great story that fashion brands are excited to tell. Yeah.
Hi, just a quick question. Since banana production uses so much pesticide, I know you've done some chemical testing, but is that comprehensive enough to know that there's no residual in the product that could affect the consumer?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a treatment process for this banana stem, and throughout this process, we're testing the raw material. So when it comes in, and based on the region it comes from, there are different concentrations of this banana stem and what's in it, whether it's cellulose, lignin, pesticide, and so there's constant testing that happens throughout our process with checks and balances to make sure that the input raw material is safe and ready to use. Yeah.
William. We'll go William over here. Yeah, I'll help you out. Yeah, go ahead and we'll read it back.
So let's talk about your supply chain as you scale up. Agricultural waste is highly diverse, expensive to gather, poor quality control. How are you going to manage that as you scale up to take this highly diverse material, bring it in without using a lot of diesel fuel and things like that?
Yeah, so it's definitely...
So the question is supply chain, and
yes.
how do you think through the supply chain as you scale?
Thank you. So we are co-located with our raw material. So really the only cost we pay is the transportation cost for this raw material. The great thing is banana is not a seasonal crop, so it's all year round. Access to raw material all year round. different parts of the world also have that access, and so it's about co-location for this. As we scale, even the projections that we have for 2028, we're able to do that with just one state in India is the raw material, so availability is really not one of our major concerns. Thank you.
The middle.
You may have just answered this, but is there competition growing for your raw material? Are other people trying to build other things out of the same stuff you're trying to get your hands on? So is there competition on the horizon for this raw material you're looking for? Make the price go up?
Yeah, yes. People are using crop waste and becoming more aware about the needs to upcycle crop waste. I don't think that's a threat to the raw material just because the quantum that there is today, about 100 million tons of this material is burned every year. So yeah, I don't think it's a concern.
Great, well thank you everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you Atma Leather.